Voilà.
Wie lang meng der brauet bis dat Fall bis as ne tun ass Start
wann de Stoffstein gucken no hannen an och no 4 west am Ufang ziemlich schnur bei nie bleiwen schi so den 3. 4. 5. 6 7 8 an 9. wenden an muss bei nie bleiwen an Diich se werte fléien
ja 7 se ass jo schon
am engen erfleen déi
schon gewonnen mé
sie muss no kommen ne
Genau, dafür also.
mé
Ruhig Blut, dann da geht das schon.
vielleicht gut aus Luca aus sonst du musst ja wie se denken sonst net so viel Kampfs am Ufang Positionne verléiers das egal ne? Du musst net blockieren oder so fir du Kampflinien zu fuhren
Trafik wie se nie wat geschit wisse kann 3 Sekunden 4 an dann erst vu GT3
nee van den han du extrem aggressiv fir die 5 Platz dort zu kreen schlifen se schenken ne?
ja
Wieso doch bei mir verrunden easy bleiben
nicht verstanden Matthim gele Fdel wann du zum Beispiel geseist hat wo weit wäsch an der Leitplan kein muss doch noch vom Gas go oder
van Südweit de gele Fdel an dem Kopie du gewisse kris
auch wann du geseist dat den vu komplett an Leitplan heng wo net kannst rennen
ja wannst du gele Fdel lu gewisse kris musst du vom Gas du musst ja net unbedingt so
Zeit gewonnen du musst
Voilà.
bisse vom Gas
Ja.
brempen wie ein Idiot einfach
Ja. an der das bisschen de Problem wann du 100 denken was die vom Gas geht an
das komisch
und du gehst net richtig das wirklich komisch und du gehst gar net selbst viel vom Gas und du gewünnst ein bisschen Zeit bis den Protest mischt also Menge genau geht du ganz viel Diskussionen Stunden
Zeitgene Mensch mit den keine Protest kann ich net so wirklich gucken mehr wann er wen an drascheppert weil es schwenglische dat Problem
ja du geseist de gele Fdel joch dann
Ja, okay, mit
da muss er gelassen lösen das eben das aber
verstehst mir wann den anderen net so viel vom Gas lässt dann
voll an Deise geht den D4 als dem muss auch no denken schon den anderen kann net einfach voll an Zahn go ja wieso das aber an der Liga so das auch digital wo mir vor gele Fdel lieber Hohlverbot an vom Gas go muss
ja das ist nämlich richtig so weil das am richtigen
Motorsport wann ich denken GT3 oder sowas muss
nee net Lsch ja da lust
ja also wie gesagt
Risiko
ja muss der immer mat gesunde Mënsche verstand dann da klappt dat
du wit das der tannen drobleiwen gifte standfle 2-3 Sekunde kachten iwwerhoelen an hin eng Strof ze kre eng du fu oder so dat kocht méi
am GT3 ist der Familienbomber für Rosinde
ja schön gesagt die sich schnell du
welcome back also Tom Lehrstimmung
ja
die Luca fi du start de Jacques fir den zweeten as die Zzweetsturm
Ja.
het je proposiert du die dritter nicht die feiert
Okay.
an de no vielleicht dann nur mehrem de Jacques an dann du an der immer richtig
Okay.
muss man Excel schiet man oder geht am Messenger schreiben
Ja.
also wann du so vun engem Turnschwätzen der Tisch natürlich immer 2x30 Minuten Dürbelen ja das so klar
Yes.
weil ich finde das dann ungefähr eng Stunden an 8 Minuten oder schon 10 Minuten nee da gut Jacques, seist du als Messenger Channel 24 Stunden sperr
Ich denke schon.
okay dann
Am Fong um stark doch bestimmt Chain dort zu zwei nehmen den Radio op.
ja, gut
Das
gut.
Muss Doppelfall vor dem Motor.
Ja, an de Star hast du recht wann
Ja, alle Boxe ist.
der Tisch chance das größt dass du nie den nie fährst
Das ist ja komplett Z2-Starterfalt am GT3.
In 2, 3 Audien. Bei GTE just Porsche Corvette an 2 Ferrari. Die nicht Corvette.
Ich hatte immer gemeint der Ferrari GT3 wäre so gut als zu sperren. Oder no
Schenkt wohl immer der letzte BOP gerne zu, ne?
Wen hast du jemand bald 7 KI waiting? Andreas Allmannsberger an hier heren.
keine Ahnung
Boah, Kinder wahrscheinlich viel mal 7000 die machen nie heiraten.
Da könnte Bennecke man sing Nelefke.
halt Dinge proposiert fir ze fuhren 3 vollch schwngen du wo dann hen Tom Jack steht, du kann noch Jack Tom nennen das wuch
Mustalo extra.
nee schon just am Dingen am Messenger um 24 Stunden sperr ist das ein klang Richlin es mir schon kein Stunden dabei ne dat steht frei muss bist du selber da rechnen
hast dawer miss op 24 kommen oder
ja mit dem Problem ist dass man jo alkeiers eng Stunde zeng fuhren an den eng Stunden an den no wisse wann den Jack der Fer der wis um Dir kannst du vun der schwden guck mal wie das wenn man noch flecht
wir können ja auch mal bei mengegem Stit gucke wie lange dauert
ja dafür mit weil just ist das man nur jetzt ungefähr wie der schiedfried dann dass man die Gruppe nur wie den Tom der proposiert wird
wie viel stehst dann op Sammy
ja wann es soll um feier fuhren da schien um 3 Euro für dat ich mal Zeiten aber du sind
ja ich wollte doch mal ungefähr
wann ich Regiment 5 soll fuhren immer wie geht dann ja gucken für feier du zu sinn Perspektive das mir auch egal wann du für Techt fährst ist den aber du also
ja okay
ja dass man mal den du sind
so was Tank voll
danke voll
okay na ja dann
ja da wünscht der bon chance für den Start
merci
also Tom so gemacht am Setup wie man gesagt geil just 4 den ARB op Soft an anderen op am Preload
Okay.
dat heißt, das eigentlich ist den vom Medium op Soft das ist keine Änderung ne? An den Tau op 0 handel will man der doch
An 4 ist den Third Spring ugepasst oder
25 dat fall dem Luca sein ja die kann zu los
yes.
das nominösen Trick für 1 Sekunde zu kommen
schwng dass die am Cover sonst
ja
die hast
Setup der meinst für alles cool weil
ja kann normalerweise miss kennen man
weil ich fühle gemerkt en kleine Änderung an dann Auto so fuhr okay du meinst schon den anderen Computer und der Lust schon den Racespot laufen
das kein warmer Blatt oder ich meine nicht
Da gebe ich ja mal oppassen am Anfang
ne ich meine mir starte wie man bei der gerne an dann op green kann man vor
sind länger Konstrukt
Nicht der hat Stot, also der für den ganz warm abbleibt oder nicht.
Ne, ich meine nicht.
Ich meine,
Das ist mir starten normal an, aber das schicke an und
Der normale Randstart wie noch an den Serien offiziell ist. Okay.
Bitte die Box. Nicht mehr fahren. Das Qualifying ist beendet.
Jojo, ich habe ihm auch bereits eine ich habe ihm auch bereits eine PN geschrieben als Admin.
Alles gut, alles gut. Er hat ja jetzt keine Bezeichnung mehr gesetzt. Alles gut.
Nur können Sie mal den Race Control, also ich habe diese Nachricht nicht bekommen. Und ich habe alles an.
Tom, willst du gerade schwätzen?
ich will just knapp schielen, jetzt gucken, ob er geht.
Ah, weil das auf Team angestellt.
Ich weiß.
Das kam über All Teams, also wenn du All Teams anhast, dann musst du es auch angehabt haben. Okay, again, remember the gaps. GTE leader leaves a 5 to 10 second gap to the LMP2 field, and the GT3 leader leaves a 5 to 10 second gap to the GTE field.
Servus hier du.
Jo.
Was schon am Auto, Luca?
Nee, das ist noch 1 Minute 50 bis gut Dinge geht.
Okay. Wie kannst du den Wayspot aus? Du, Christian?
Wie meinst du das?
Ich will auf den Wayspot gucken, wo ich gesehen da kein iWays.
Das ist auf iRacing Esports Network. Oder
Auf YouTube oder was meinst du?
Ja, ja.
Gib einfach Resport TV an, dann ist gut.
Ja, das finde ich auch gemerkt. Und ich weiß nicht Fond. Bon.
Aber ja, das ist nur der Placement, Mensch. Das ist auf iRacing Esports Ding.
Mir ist das Twitch, meinst du?
Ne, auf YouTube hat ich von 2 tun.
Ja, also gib Resport TV an am Google, dann findest du das. Da findest du den über ihre YouTube-Kanal und du findest auch den Link.
Okay. Also,
Das muss aber irgendwie 6, das kein kontinuierliches Stream, das sind immer 6 Stunden.
ja, okay.
Ja.
So, Lukas, wenn du darfst.
Everybody, please enter the grid. Remember your gaps and no erratic acceleration and deceleration during the starting phase. Try to keep your speed as constant as possible. We have people in race control that will overlook the whole starting procedure for all.
Ah, merkt mich doch die Bonne. Am Anfang geht es grün, also geringe Fendel. Ne, bei welcher Startdinge genossen? Bei den alten Boxen oder den neuen?
Unsere Endurance stehen da bei den allen.
Also Bierhof.
Ja, der Bierhof. Ja. Wie gesagt, der nächste beschleunigt rechts bei Green.
Nutzt den Race Control Channel zum.
Ja, für uns ist es ja am LMP2-Version kompliziert.
Ja.
Nein, das ist nicht schlimm.
Test, can everybody hear this? Alright, thank you guys.
So.
So, da man ich mal an Chopper.
Bist du de Spotting, Tom?
Kann
De
ich
blo
machen.
Knäpchen newen. Da was dem schleif, weil die Janer sind immer so 1 2 Sekunde versat.
Also,
So, Luca. Ich will schon nur der echte Runde ein Kratz im Dach holen. Ne?
ich hoffe nicht.
Wieso, da muss man oppassen, man beschleunigen. Ne?
Hm.
Ja.
Kann vielleicht von erst an d'Autoen so 1-2 Autoführung Luca ragoen an de Cockpit.
Ja, meine ich.
Ich gucke erst im Shopper mit dem nur weg kann du sind dass Bam für drinnen oder so.
Ja.
Hat er
Ah,
gesagt,
das heißt schon get ready, dann start er op da.
Also,
Normaler Dinge sind.
ja, das sind am zweiten Auto da. P2. Dann,
alles easy. Also stippen op dass du ball wie dem Teich gang hast das durchzit.
Soll ich dann am zweiten oder mechten?
Ich
Nein,
gebe am
ich-
meisten davon.
Ja, okay.
Nee, noch nicht.
noch nicht.
Ja, ja.
Nervt nicht.
Ah,
Zieh
komm,
durch.
Go, go.
Längs das Auto.
ja, ja, der Firma ist ziemlich schlecht gewesen.
Ja. Nochmal links. Frei, alles frei rundherum. Silo nicht.
Also 4 ist ganz easy.
Ja, die 4 sind richtig schnell auch.
Ja.
Den anderen ist ein bisschen fickerisch. Aber alles gut.
Ja, der Problem ist halt, die Stunde ersteuert, das denken heißt zu viel.
Ja.
Viel Stress. Ich hatte ja gesagt, wenn uns
Alles
viel nervt, dann lest nicht ernst.
Peter.
Jetzt Auto.
Ja.
Nochmal do.
Sag ich, die Stunde heute zu 2 durch.
Ja. Oppassen, zieh dran. Oppassen jetzt. Zieht nicht dran. Frei.
Kuppel enke den dritten an de Fährte, weil déi silo umgangen du feiten an du rabbelt.
Ja, 4
So
ist
nicht
safe.
direkt. 4er safe, ja.
Immens.
Links neben da.
Ja gut Login so Lunch.
Three wide geht dat da. Links Name Auto. Das ist ein Platz wo ich lo neich gesinn ha. Bis die nächst längs gesinn schnecht. Okay, sie haben da.
Lunch oder an Doppel.
Ich war ja Lunch verbringen, ich will nichts drum gestern mir verholen, ich verliere uns für Zeit.
Ma dann ich gucke wat der mcht.
Bleibt auf der Linie.
Statt dat ze enker Luft mémmer.
Ja, mir boah in Hallo in Position, weil ich ja da nicht von der Rundenzeit hier Misere. Problem, boah, aufpassen.
Nas dir wet den anderen, ne?
Problem was verliert uns für Zeit, ne?
Ja mé de Problem is auch zu schwer als Alkas den die Fiers man van Chat kunst am run.
Ja.
Ja. Also das enge man muss Luca geil wann du gesäiset geht Lernstoff für Lernschmeen seiert net van dech die Lernschlosse kennt mat mich schnell vor den Hände oder kantere man de Wand schert
Ja weil so man die ganze Zeit Janner do an eken.
ja bei die han Drun de profitéiert
Ja.
bei dem
Ja, die ganze Land an run profitieren.
der andere Seite kommt aber bei die anderen zwei bei. Was? Für den 100er Solo am Wand steht. Okay.
Critical at this stage. You want to be up ahead, you want to be in touch with leaders, and the same can be said for all these drivers in the GT3 category, because while the familiar Bomber team with Fabio Busu has pulled up a bit of a gap here at the very top, everyone, literally everyone, is closing up to the back of the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing black car. And now we see the Simsa Esports GT3 machine, not the BMW for that matter, close up and just stay behind in this train, trying to get something on Kevin Hilgenhovel's car, the Mühlner Motorsport machine. This Macklin GT3 also incredibly clean. But take a look at what's happening at the very top, Justin. Is the familiar Bomber car, Fabio Busu. We saw him be incredibly strong in qualifying, but he's just translating that in the race as well. And already, only with 10 minutes into the bag, he's got a gap of 2.7 seconds in the interval.
Is it a surprise? We've seen him quick throughout preparation. He's been seen quick throughout 2020 in various organizations, including at some of the Nürburgring races. So that's not a shock. The main thing that's helping him, though, is you see that right front, it's a little crumpled in, you may notice. In some cases in Le Rouge, if you take the curbing too hard or you bump the track, you can damage part of the fenders. And guess what? That is so hurting the 285. They're going to have to deal with a bit of aero damage for the rest of this run at the minimum now. And that, I think, in part is also slowing down this entire group down the straights.
That's an excellent observation that you made right there. And the damaged fender will greatly impact their straight line speed. We saw that last week when we had the Neo Endurance 6 Hours of Imola, with a couple of cars having fender damage in the GT3 category, and they were just not able to close up in the straight line. That is going to be a major factor, and when you consider just the amount of straight lines that we have here at Spa, it's going to be a major problem. And already, 10 minutes in, look at this. LMP2s are already lapping the GT3 cars. Talk about the pace difference that we are getting right here. And now, traffic will become a factor.
Perfect example, P2 of the LMP2s. Phoenix Racing Esports lost 3 seconds just now in Sector 1 because they got stuck behind a whole crowd of GT3s. They just passed them now, but they were right there. Sims have timed it up perfectly to get by them, and some of these other machines are going to lose tons of time if they are stuck in Sector 2, especially here. It's going to be critical to clear by, and that's not going to help them.
Big contact in the GT3 category. And that just slows down the LMP2s behind as well. Thankfully, nobody's in the barriers, but an Audi and a BMW crashing. How many times have we seen that in the real world motorsport? We've seen that yet again at the start. And the perfect start has just seen a slight chink in its armor with a crash between the GT3 cars. And now, look at the LMP2s swarming around like buzzards, trying to swallow up these GT3 cars. Much slower machines, remember. A big pace advantage. They'll be thinking of only one thing in their mind. Move aside, peasant. Look at this car losing so much time. That has to be the number 11 machine, isn't it? That's the number 11 machine of Progressive Sim Racing Alpha, losing so much time. And this just means that the cars behind can close up and they just lose touch with the leaders. Everything is kicking off here, Justin.
Not sure if I use the exact phrasing here, but this shouldn't be surprised with how tricky this is. And there's several cases where if you're in a faster car, you need to be aware of what's going on, obviously. But the main thing also, in a lot of cases, it's a mix of being able to follow the blue flags if you're in a slower car, but also being predictable. You run an unpredictable line. Say you swerve back and forth. You say stick on the right side, then move to the left, thinking they're going to go to the left side and go into the opposite direction because they're trying to pull some draft behind you. That's where you get into a wreck. And that's where you also get a lot of enemies. Some of these cars, they've been fairly predictable. That's the main thing that's been helping a lot of them. Some of them, though, they've been in the middle of the racetrack and they're piling up in the middle of the corner.
Action at La Source. Drama in the LMP2 category. It's the low grip racing team who, remember, were fighting in the middle of the midfield. They have spun around and it seems like they are involved in a bit of drama with a couple of other cars too. We take a look at the replay. Luca Becker comes across the start-finish line. Ah, goodness me, I sense that something's gone wrong with the GT3 car. It has. Perhaps a bit too aggressive, a bit too ambitious, Justin.
Yeah, that's to say the very least here in the source. That caused a lot of trouble, to say the very least. And some of these cars, I'm surprised didn't get into it. It's a blind corner. And especially with the dip, you're trying to get as low as you can into the corners. Several of those cars, thankfully aware, several of them having some help to know what was going on. And now, so most of these drivers are through the main first wave of the GT3s. The GTs are also going to be very difficult, though. They are a bit more spread out, though, compared to some of the these air cars right now. And some of these drivers capitalized a lot. The top 5 separated by 13 seconds, at least 3 seconds on average because of all this traffic.
Exactly, that's what happens, right? That's what happens when you've got such a big gulf in classes. Traffic will be one of the major factors to deal with. And look at this, the GT3 leader also getting swallowed up so early on. Everyone, look at this, and they've lost time. Look at this, is the tricky part. When you encounter traffic in the wrong part of the circuit, that is where you end up losing so much time. And it's quite clear right there that the LMP2, I think that was Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro Team, clearly losing so much time when trying to lap that GT3 machine. So yeah, major issues going on everywhere. But you speak about consistency, Justin. You speak about being predictable. That is exactly what we did not see the last time out that we were right here, when the LMP car lunged down the inside. And man, the low grip racing team, now they find themselves in P number 14 in class and overall. So that's a big loss for them, as they made that mistake and spun around at La Source. The Source, that is, not La Source. I'm going to get the pronunciations right someday, hopefully. But let's take a look at this battle then. It's the Bentley gods, not the Bentley, it's the Bentley gods chasing the Prism Sim Racing Alpha. And it's a battle of a Porsche and a Corvette. Now, this is where two different driving philosophies come into perspective. And now this should be a fun one, shouldn't it?
I think so. Already, some of these groupings have broken up, yes, but this is one of the closer groupings in the class. You also have Austrian sim racers within reach by about a second or so. This is all well. Rasmus Busk, well, he's on a leisurely stroll. For those who watch some of the Nordic-based sim racing organization competition in 2019 and 2020, he was one of the best drivers on that side of the sim. He was one of the best endurance racers on that side of the sim. And we were talking about this. Recently switched over to HM Engineering, which was one of the biggest up-and-coming organizations in all of 2020, especially with their performances in the prototypes. Now, they're looking to expand upon the performance. This is a team he raced against, mind you, in some cases, in some of those series this year. And guess what? Now, brings that talent over there, brings that expertise, brings them to the next level potentially to put them in a great spot to contend for some major wins in 2021.
It's something that we've seen happen so much in the world of sports, where teams and competitors compete against each other. Initially, when they see the team growing, they often merge forces, they often come together to form something even bigger. And the same can be said for Rasmus Busk and HM Engineering, as they are putting in a commanding job at the very top. But now then, drama in the LMP2s never seems to stop, and so it's the number 41 car that's closing up. That's the Bullard Racing 2 machine, attacking the Mortal Racing Esports LMP2 car. Hope that the Mortal Racing Esports car are lubricated well enough, and the Bullard Racing team have spun at La Source. It's the second prototype that's facing the wrong way right here, and all of a sudden things are getting horribly wrong now, Justin.
Yeah, and you'll see Phoenix Racing was one of the cars involved in this, and this is the previous corner. They had another situation there too with the contact. Then at the other end of the straightaway, you have this, where they leave the bottom open, they try and take advantage of the car below them, and boom, the 41 gets spun around for their efforts. And that's one of the risks, right? When you take the wider arc, that someone may try and take advantage of that and force you to take the wider line and force you to slow up. That time, they didn't expect them to go up the inside.
Expect the unexpected in 24-hour races, and when something quite like that happens, well, you see a spin just of the same sort. as the Bentley Gods Racing team is closing up to Prism Sim Racing Alpha. The number 222 Phoenix Racing Esports orange machine of Jan Hocek was also making a trip to the pit lane. They're now back out in the GT3 category. They're 2 laps down already, when the rest of the GT3 cars are only 1 lap down, so clearly something's going wrong for them. But the same can't be said for the Bentley Gods Racing team, who are quite eager and quite keen to get that position from Prism Sim Racing Alpha. Now then, this should be fun. This should be fun. Prism Sim Racing gone wide on the exit of La Source. They're going side.
Weil ist voll Hand nur mehr erwischt. Du weißt wo nicht nirgend.
Da ist auch am Motorsport Replay gelaufen.
Was ist das?
Die 10 du hast auch gerade am Motorsport Replay gelaufen.
Ah,
Das ist auch nicht gut bewertet gehen.
Tom,
Ja,
für du am Lokal, das ist für nur dir.
okay. Okay, Problem.
wollen wir dann, wann ich Optional Repairs von Null mal wohne?
Ja.
Gibt nö gewesen oder nicht?
Nein.
Man schau mal aus.
Ja, ja.
Fensterbotzen oder nicht?
Ja.
Also kein 2 Stromschuld und das alles an der ist.
Ja, der was top. Me je hatte man nie.
Oh Mann.
Ja, den hat du gesagt mir fan net gern. Frei. Oppassen, kom der puer.
Yes. Guck daran dei verdammte Spichel.
Gefährlich Platz.
Slower traffic there. You're not going to be a good spot. That's not a spot where you let people go. That's the thing. And I think they were nervous about that in the first place. At least the GT thought about it and tried to move to the right, but there's no way that was going to stick. There's no way.
There's no way, absolutely. It's a tight entry towards Eau Rouge. Again, you've got to be more certain with what you do. You can't just go for those 50-50 decisions. Should I not? May I not? And those kind of things actually lead up to major mistakes. And speaking of making strong decisions, seems like the motor racing car has yet again passed the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro machine as we see this battle continue in the background. Tell you what, Justin, as we see the 23 and the 11 fight, that's the Progressive Sim Racing Alpha and the Prism Sim Racing Beta team scrap it off against each other, these prototypes are just putting up quite the show early on, and while it's fun to watch, eventually they are making a whole lot of mistakes.
It makes me nervous as a driver, right? Because, especially in some of the slower classes, they make a mistake in the LMP machines especially, you're likely going to be demolished. Already hearing at least one team may be out of this contention for this. So we'll have to see how things play out. Now, we've already seen those incidents before. We've already seen drivers significantly damaged with the bad moves. Now, it's about trying to work smart. If you're a team manager, you're reminding your drivers, think big picture, be careful. These are drivers that are racing their own race that you're trying to lap around still.
Absolutely. I mean, in a way, endurance racing is much like investing in a long-term stock, right? It's not like the day-to-day trading. You can't keep on monitoring all the time. And yes, there will be days when certain traders who work alongside with you are getting better gains, better returns. But you've got to be focused on your program, on your stock, on how it's growing. And the rewards will be reaped eventually. Not now, but at the end of the 24 hours. That is when you get everything into perspective. Meanwhile, we see this with the 23 car. Look at this, Justin. That's what you spotted early on. They just went on the grass at Blanchimont to lap one of the cars. And we saw this in the WEC race, the 6 Hours of Spa, a couple of months ago. And the results were not very pretty. Thankfully for them, they just keep it on track.
How in the world didn't they get involved in trouble there?
Exactly.
I mean, most times you're drifting to the right, you're checking that GTE, and you are both demolished. How they stuck it, I don't know. That is not a smart move, though, whatsoever. They've been fairly aggressive. I give them that much. But they're starting to lap the overall GTE race class leader here, and this could be used as a pick here for some of these cars.
Okie dokie then, prototype racing once again. 41 says, I want to make a move. Number 10 says, no, I won't let you make the move. As we come across to La Source, yet again, the advantage is to the chasing car in a situation like this, because you can use the draft on the exit of Eau Rouge. Of course, they're not going to be ambitious enough to get something done at Eau Rouge, are they? Yes, they're not, thankfully, because if they went side by side, they'll probably end up with somebody having some broken bones and broken carbon fiber as well. Here comes the number 41 machine. This is, of course, the Bull Out Racing machine, looking to the inside line. And for the first time, at least today, I see a car making a move on the inside line stick at Les Combes here. So it's an interesting corner with both lines working right there, and a big snap moment of oversteer for the Angry Bull Racing at the back too. So clearly, the intensity level is pumping up right now, Justin.
Indeed here. Now keep in mind, you may notice on the front noses of these LMP2s as well, with the Dallara P217, you have the ability to add these little flaps along that front end. Just about every single team has just used one dive plane, which the amount of dive points you add increases your downforce, it shifts the balance to the front of the car, and increases your drag essentially. One team, just one, put on two. Guess what? That's one of the slowest cars on the track, the 68 of Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow. They are the only team who did that, and they are paying the price. That's why they're struggling so much down the straights, as we've seen earlier, and that may be a costing mistake for this group.
And remember, they have to keep this mistake with them for the next 24 hours, so it's not like that they can change much on the go as well. Meanwhile, this battle continues, and the number 10 outbreaks himself in an attempt to get back the position for the Bullard Racing Team. Hold on a minute.
Here comes the pit window, just like that. I believe they're taking an early pit stop. This is a little earlier than we thought, maybe by 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a bit of an early one by the Bullard Racing Team. I genuinely had a bit of a shocking moment. I blinked my eyes a couple of times. Okay, what just happened? Weren't they supposed to go a bit longer than that?
I have to see how the strategy now works out for them. I'm curious about this decision. They only ran about 16 laps. They're talking about the timing could go up to as high as 45 to 50 minutes. Some maybe able to stretch it a little bit further. But maybe just trying to go undercut, try and get some space, try and gain some time that way.
And perhaps the Bullard Racing Team also, remember, they've got damage too. So that's going to be something to watch out for, Justin. Are they going to be held back by the iRacing stewards, who tell them that you've got to stay back here, you've got to repair your damage. Until you don't do that, you can't head on. Is that going to happen right here?
Let's keep an eye on it. That's the main thing, though. But I wouldn't be too concerned unless you're actually in the box and you see the meatball flag or see, say, 2 minutes of optional or something. Because the main thing is, some of it you can get repaired as you fuel up or get your tires. Some of it, though, you have to get them done separately. It depends really on class to class on how the pit procedures go for each and every class. Some are sequential. Some fuel first, then you pick the car up onto the jacks and put up the tires, etc. Those are some of the differences that you'll see as some of the battles, they're starting to pick up between different makes.
Oh, yeah. Lap traffic coming into perspective. Oh no, don't do that, son. Don't you dare do something like that and move on. The GT3 car just got bullied away from the side by the Corvette. Had they touched, kind of expect something rather dramatic to happen right there. But nevertheless, that is the Valkyrie E-Racing Green Machine trying to catch one of the Porsches in the form of Prism Sim Racing Alpha. Meanwhile, there is another guest in the pit lane, so all of a sudden the pit cycle is turning out to be quite early on. It's the WS Racing Esports Magenta, Nicholas Nagele in the number 64 machine, who has made his way into the pit lane. So normally, Justin, we do expect the LMP2s to go around 50-55 minutes there or thereabout, but what's the approach behind coming early? Is that just because rising temperatures so their tires get chewed out a bit early on?
Well, that's mentioned more so around maybe 45 at the around that longest range or so. But here's the thing, 64 ran on their own much of this run. So guess what? You burn more fuel when you run on your own. Mostly everybody else has been in a drafting pack except for really your top 5. So this is the chance now, or the situation now, where you're going to have to try and save it as the run goes on in some of the lap traffic. And the thing is, some of these cars have just been able to get through it quickly. Some of them haven't really had to check up too much to pull off on the gas. So in other words, we're right up towards that window for the minutes on the mileage.
And Lorenzo Bonda, one of our commentators at Race Sport TV, very promptly pointing out that the Dallara P217, a new addition to the iRacing service, and quite a few drivers have tried out, can only last 34 to 38 odd minutes in terms of running on a full stint. And those two teams were running full hard. They were pressing all the time. And speaking of their stint length, it's the leader who has also made his way into the pit lane. It's a Simza Esports LMP2 machine, a number 6 car also in the pit. So thanks so much for that quick stat, Lorenzo. It's certainly going to help us out quite a bit as the race goes on right now. And all of a sudden, the LMP2s are rushing in the pit lane. Simza, Phoenix, D3, Ringfizzer, Motor Racing, everyone's in the pit lane. And the key part is, Justin, here, that the pit lane is not the usual Formula 1 one. It's much longer than that.
Yeah, this is the endurance pit lane, so you have to come out, or come in rather, with the final chicane. With the Formula 1 one, you come out of La Source for specificness. But you have to make your way down the long straight and make sure you don't smack the pit wall in the source. That has happened with the right side of cars before. Then you make your way down in the slow section here. 37 miles an hour is that speed limit for comparison's sake. And for some, they find the little finances and little finesse moves of being able to find time where you can, at times, maybe blip the pit limiter. Some teams do that. Others keep it stuck right at that pit limit the whole way through 60 kilometers up to the lane.
Tell you what, the one time I was commentating on an endurance race here at Spa, one of the GT3 machines actually clobbered their way into that barrier that you were talking about.
Vergiss just het fortzuführen, wann bis geht.
Pass op, das ist ein Auto links neben dir. Wie kann es sein, dass die so wenig gebraucht haben, für zu tanken? Die sind ein gut Stück 100 ist rausgekommen. 100 ist rangefahren, also die waren ein gut Stück weg, wo sie 100 ist rangefahren sind.
Also, wie
Ja.
geht das dann? Weil
Keine
der
Ahnung.
beim Abschnell, wo kein Pneu gewesen, mir nicht gemacht.
Nee. Keine Ahnung.
Pass auf, die Finn, Marx, die war doch
Ja,
100.
eigentlich 94, oder?
94, die man da
Bei der
überholt.
94, okay.
Ja, die haben wir überholt, das ist okay. Mit einem Platz gewonnen.
Die sind dann selber aus.
Aber da sind da vielleicht 2 dabei.
Ja, so weiß-schwarz, die gesagt aus das Ball.
Ja, kann Sinn. Ja, den Luftführerneusers, die Mensch hat 3,5 Sekunden Viersprung für den Buchsenstopp und das ungefähr noch immer 3 Sekunden, also das wird sich doch nicht verschiebt. Ja.
Okay.
Also so nah. So Jungs, ich geh mal gucken, ich muss ein bisschen kochen.
Mach das.
Und dann schon so schnell wie möglich rum, ne?
Jojo, bist du noch.
Okay. Bist du nur, oh Luca, immer cool bleiben, ne?
Ja. Okay, wir haben einen Durchfahrtstrom.
Steht da bei dir?
Ja, ist gut erklärt. Wir haben 3 Runden Zeit. Soll ich nächste Runde direkt?
Ja. Drive Tour einfach.
Ja, Drive Tour Penalty.
Okay.
Das hier nicht stehen bleiben, ne?
Einfach durchfahren.
Okay.
Was tun sie Dünner geschrieben? Von selbst Dünner geschrieben.
Wir hatten einen Durchfahrtstrom. Und dann haben wir noch einen Durchfahrtstrom. Sorry, mir das Leute.
Wie du noch mal nach rein.
Mir konnte für die 2 Sachen gut machen. Anscheinend. Wenn ich das richtig verstehen. Weißt du, wer die verliert an der Box?
Was siehst du?
Weißt du, wie viel Zeit die verliert an der Box?
Oh, ich meine 35 Sekunden oder so. Ja?
Da warte. Ich gucke nochmal.
Das ist schön, dass ich das nicht gesehen. Sie müssen da so draufschreiben, dass ich das nicht gesagt.
Ja, sie checken der Privatmessage und der Führer.
Ah, okay. Und sie hat da geschrieben, zweimal,
Ja, so, wir haben eine Drive-Thru 3 Runden Zeit und dann hat er geschrieben, zur Info leider könnt ihr da noch rein.
okay.
Ich ging so und schön die dann direkt das Run, oder?
Naja,
Man, nee, weil ich kennt ja Umfang 3 Runden.
ja,
Ja.
ich weiß direkt.
Hat der Schnaps verpasst?
Ja, es ist
Zweimal
zwölf
Drive-to. Voll und Ecke ran.
Oder das hat ja richtig lang.
Maja.
Wo kommen die echt? Jetzt kriegen wir schon einen Runterpanz.
Artspur und willst ein bisschen Benzin.
So, gucken wir mal. Wir sind lascht mit enger Minute 10 Tag.
Aber für was gut, Modell?
Causing a collision, zweimal.
Mal für die zwei Sachen, du. Für drin.
Das ist aber streng.
Ja, also heuer ist ja. Da ein Breyer und die machen einen Protest, bist du weg vom Fenster.
why we've seen them come down twice, and that has just killed Low Grip Racing Team's race. With little attrition so far today, that takes them out of the chances for a good run. The other penalties today, drive-through for the 670s, for some of the ARC cars, believe, in the 677 may have been with the drive-through. Also, there's a drive-through listed up for the 11 car, Progressive Sim Racing, also has a possible penalty after contact with the 41 to keep an eye on.
Ah, dearie me, this is just the last thing you could want in such a stage of your race. This is where you build things up. This is where you start building the entire race, start to build your foundation blocks and hope for a good one towards the end. Crikey, it's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this here. Again, it was 41 and 11 that had this situation. This is P9, mind you, and remember, Bull Out Racing is still at 12th spot from them. And they've entered a grouping of cars that features Angry Bull Racing, Rare's Motorsport in the 77, as well as themselves. So they're getting some time back, but the amount of time lost is still killer from them. Remember as well, they pit the earliest out of anybody by a lap.
But remember, folks, it's still a long race. It may not be like the real world, you may not have rain like here, but I remember distinctly, at least in the 2017 24 Hours in Le Mans, the way Porsche fought back and got the positions in, even after spending, what, 50, 60 odd minutes in the garage fixing their car. Just shows you that in endurance racing, even if you're back down, even if you're put against the wall, you can still fight back, but you've got to feel for them. It just looks ever so bleak right now, doesn't it?
Does a little bit here. And for some of these competitors, it's just about racing your own bubble. Prism Sim Racing Alpha, good example of that. Open space. Just need to focus on the task at hand. Not making a mistake, because if you make a mistake or have a spin, you're losing spots to those cars 5 seconds behind. It's, again, big picture as a group of drivers where you want to get yourself to the fuel marks at this point.
So then, 23 hours, 9 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock. Just as we spoke about, drivers working together in a group, trying to make sure that they meet their fuel numbers and keep things clean. There's a battle raging on in the LMP2 category. And I'm going to say this, as always, because they've been fighting out since the very beginning of this race. The number 77, which is the Durana Motorsport Club EV car, Nick Seliuski, behind the wheel of that machine, closing up at the back. And the Progressive Sim Racing Alpha machine of Finn Marks has made his way in the pit lane from P number 9.
That's for that drive-through we just referred to moments ago. So now this is a fight for P9 instead. But again, you have collision. You have to be penalized. This is a risky move, though.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Get on the edge of your seat. Side by side, the Rouge ends up with one driver backing out smartly. The 77 has the edge. That's only for now, Justin.
Good run, though, for Bull Racing. They've got the double toe, and that's going to help them, as well as the confidence.
And the 77 somehow still keeps it.
Smart move to back it off, though. They didn't have it completely square to be able to get that move to completely stick. I think they said, you know what, let's regroup, take it out of Blanchimont instead of risking contact.
And that, I'll have to admit, is a very smart thing to do. And it may sound like the dullest thing in the world, a commentator coming up and saying, guys, there's a lot of time left on the clock. But no, genuinely does not make sense at this stage of the race. You can take it easy, just chill, sip your soda right now, relax, have a bit of crisp if you can. I mean, not while driving nevertheless, but still, just have a good time, enjoy a little bit, and then make your moves later on. But I don't think that memo has reached the Bull Out Racing team from the looks of things, because they're still going aggressive. And watch out, folks, not when the lap traffic is involved. Goodness me, it could have gone horribly wrong for Durana Motorsport while lapping that Porsche. And if they meet the driver of that 137 Porsche, who is Julian Kesselhal, I'm pretty sure that Nick Seliuski will have a few aggressive words to say. Past Blanchimont, Here we come then. I doubt that Bullard are going to make a move. You know what? I have to eat my words right now because they have gone for the lunge and they have made the position for themselves.
The surprising part is, Angry Bull said, you know what, I'm going to try and make the move too because of the compromised line. But I don't think they had the momentum to do it. They may get it here once again down the Kemmel Straight. There's still plenty of time to go though. We're only about 55 minutes in, coming up in just a few moments. You have a lot of time for these types of scraps. But with the fuel mileage being so quick and how small the fuel tanks are and how quick you burn the gas, in turn, I think that's just pushed some of the aggression that much higher up if you're close to someone. The difficult part is, once you break away, trying to close up to somebody. For example, these cars now are about more than 15 seconds behind the next car up the track.
Yikes. Yikes. It's quite clear, isn't it? Whenever you fight against each other, you do end up putting up quite a show. You do end up entertaining all the people watching, and thank goodness for that one. But the amount of time that you lose, ooh, dearie me, that's going to be something for them to watch out for. Meanwhile, as everything happens back in the midfield, let's shift our focus to the leader of the prototype category, and then he has pulled up quite a gap for himself, hasn't he? It's the Simsa Esports LMP2. Gustas Vinbergas in this car. Simsa Esports, of course, a team from Abu Dhabi. Lots of racing growing in the Middle East these days, so certainly full of enthusiasm. And they are channeling that enthusiasm into a very, very good position right now in the Dallara LMP2 machine. And the gap behind Justin, 13 seconds to the Phoenix Racing Esports Green Machine. Do you think it can close up sometime soon?
Well, here's the thing. If they have a bit of luck come in, maybe. But the thing, Sims has just been the fastest car on the track, and once they got the draft broken up with the traffic, they just took off. That 3 seconds lost when they hit the first wave of GT3s just completely hurt the 66's chances. You can strategize your way in, though, I think. That's the main thing. They are 2 seconds a lap off the pace on average, though. That's the tough part for them. They've lost time with the traffic. They're going to need some luck to bring it back.
And you never know how it plays out with luck in endurance racing. It's a big, big word in the way things play out. No, it's not going to rain here. We don't have rain on the iRacing service. Don't you worry about that one. But nevertheless, things can change. And I kind of get a feeling that traffic will be the major defining factor in all of that as we see them head past a couple of GT cars. One of them a GT3 machine and a GTE car as well with the Porsche. And actually, let's chat a little bit about GTEs, Justin, while we have a bit of time to reach the hour mark. That's usually when the pit window's open for all these guys. What's it like for them? Because now the GTE machines, just like we have in the IMSA races as well, they're sort of the middlemen, sorry. And now we see the GT3s come in the pit lane.
Speaking of, yeah. This is usually around that time you start seeing them come on in. Some teams I've seen stretch to as long as a minute and 10 seconds, and it's crucial for some of those groups to do that because in the past, for 24 hours, there have been teams who have been close, if not completely cut out full pit stops. The main thing is, though, about what car you have, about the fuel consumption, about having those calculations in. If you are, as a group, get all those in and have them charted on down and then get yourself to your preferable mark to win a race, you're likely going to be able to stick it in. Speaking of drivers not sticking the grooves.
Yep, it's the Mortal Racing team in LMP2 at the center of problems yet again. So, coming across on the home stretch for the Formula 1 cars. Nice and easy for the car number 40, who was in P number 8. And then what happens right here? Goes in a bit too hot.
Just so easy to do, right? With that dip, where you just lose grip coming out of the corner. It can happen to the best of people even. That time it hurts them, and on cue, GTEs coming into pit.
Is it a bit of a worrying thing for them that they've not been able to meet the hour mark? Because usually when we saw in the big iRacing special events at Spa, most of the teams were just keeping it to the arm.
Also schaffen sie keinen Tracktimes an der Griff, das net iwwer 4 Schritte.
Wie viel hast du da? 20 oder so, ne?
Ja ja, me sinn Scheier bei engem Testserver mat 45 Grad an dat das alles ernstcht wie easy vorne.
Zu Laura bei engem schlummelige Mer. Zunächst dann hei. Am echt auf.
Sei du Server awer grad Sänger op eng film wie warm Dir dawer nemmi gemmensch.
Ist net, wie viel Runden hast du, Luca?
Noch 7.
7, okay. Ist net 1 Minute fort.
Yes. nach 5 Runden.
Away from the second step of the podium for now. Emily God's in 4th spot, Prism Sim Racing Alpha. Then you have Valkyrie East Racing Green currently in 6th spot. Online Sim Racing.de in 7th. And Rig Shirt Sim Racing currently rounding out the top 8. 41 seconds of difference so far as well for the GTEs. The GT3s as well has been a similar story up towards the front, because so far that 257 has been gone. Quickest driver in the field all day so far. 19 seconds the gap between them and more Motorsport Sim Racing Black. Simsa Esports' GT3 car has recovered from a very rough qualifying session at times to move up to 3rd spot. Absolute Motorsport has recovered from crashing in qualifying up to 4th spot right now with Team RaceGetter.de, German Performance Sim Racing, Wolf Motorsport. And once again, for the second class in a row, is the Ringford Sim Racing GTE3 now, rounding out your top 8 on the board. 1 minute and 22 seconds the separation. Only 1 DNF in the race so far, the 222 of Phoenix Racing Esport Orange.
Yeah, Phoenix Racing Esport Orange having a bit of a torrid day early on, being involved in incidents and then heading into the pit lane as the very first team. Been a bad day for them, but it can be a good day for either of these guys too, as the Prism Sim Racing Beta team with Marcel Rupak still behind the wheel of that number 23 car. Remember, there are multiple drivers competing in each team. Of course, a 24-hour race, you cannot do it all by yourself. So the rule right here for driver changes and driver swaps is that each driver, let's say, they must not be doing over 25% of the race. It's like a fair share kind of thing. So what's that rule all about, Justin, for all our audience and all our viewers?
Well, to explain it simply, the fair share is 25% for drivers in the iRacing service, where as the move goes on to the outside line for Prism and not able to stick it right there, other competitors who are watching along such as this and their teammates are going to have to eventually jump in, where there is a calculation formula where you divide the number of laps for end of the race by your drivers by 4. That total is how many laps as a competitor at minimum you will have to have run for one of your drivers. You don't make that fair share, you're not going to be able to finish the race officially. It has been in people in the past, Samil.
Something has happened to the GT3 machine that we saw right there. That GT3 was incredibly battered and bruised at the very top. Now, that may just be my eyes deceiving me. Could be potentially.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think that's the 289. That's been damaged for a little while. Something is going wrong with that car, to say the least. No hood, front bumpers crushed in, bit of back end damage. Obviously, someone's gotten into that car about a few minutes or so ago. They've been struggling, I've noticed, on pace for a few laps or so. They were around the bottom of the pylon. Now they're basically last in the class and already about a lap or so behind the rest of their respective classmates.
So what's going on for this GT3 machine, the number 289, Noah Dietz? The car, as you mentioned, Justin, badly bruised. They've got no hood. The fender is essentially damaged. The rear wing seems to be fine, but it's just a sorry-looking machine, isn't it, for Ringfuss at Sim Racing? And just to take our mind away from what has happened with this car initially, there are LMP2s pitting right now. So WS Racing Esports Magenta coming in the pit lane. The Bullard Racing 2 car also in the pits. So the window has officially begun right here.
Indeed, just like that. 16 to 18 laps the stint distance. We talked about it. It's coming back to fruition. Once again, speak it back to existence. Now, it's a matter of how long the drivers keep going. Some of these drivers may go on for a while. Others will do that. They'll swap drivers just like that. Lucas Lane, for example, now in the 64.
Clearly, teams are opting to get new drivers in, chopping and changing, constantly getting new people in. Now, there is a school of thought that says you can't put your drivers in for a very, very long period and let them be in there, and they can consistently develop and consistently get a hang of the car and start advancing. But there's another school of thought that says keep on chopping and changing, let new drivers in, keep them fresh. See what goes on for each of these teams. And Justin, I guess you have some news for the GT3 machine, the 289 that had the incident.
Yes, after they came out of the pits lane, that was about 6 laps or so ago, and from now, of course. But you'll see it right here. Snap him over steer, coming out of Blanchamont way too quick, smashes hard into the concrete wall. And guess what? Noah, his reward for that? Him and his team being upset that again is the AM call for Richard Sim Racing GT3 today. A rough turn of events for them, as you see.
Yeah, that was a big smash into Blanchimont. Definitely does not work any way around, and that will put them on the back foot right now. Let's see where they are in category. I'm assuming they are last. That is, yeah, P number 12 in class for them in P39 overall. But meanwhile, beautiful battle going on in GTEs. It's the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue Porsche on the outside line, fighting with the Stage 1 Racing Black Corvette. Matthew Molinar's behind the wheel of that number 179 car. But the Audi GT3 splitting them up initially. This battle will go on for quite a while. They are fighting for P number 9 in position. If there's one thing that I've learned from racing iRacing myself on the simulator, it's that no battle is small, because while it may just seem like, yeah, it's only P number 9, they're not fighting for the lead, but the intensity of it, when you're fighting for it yourself, it just feels larger than life.
I mean, put this into perspective as well. There are some drivers, not going to name names, who may not be happy with those positions, say, you know what, what's the point? The thing is, for a lot of these organizations, that is a huge accomplishment, to be able to get a good finish and get, say, a top 10 or a top 5, or just be shy, save even the prize pool even, for an event such as this. It's something to build upon, it's something drivers take pride in, and it's something for some of them, they do for fun, and some of them for the chance to come away with a victory. For the drivers who look to have fun, it's the matter of finishing the 24 hours as a group of friends or as a group of teammates. That is the big thing that in turn sets them all up. Because here's the thing with a lot of these groups, depending on some of the organization structures, a lot of them are set up to where you want to be friends with one another. You want to gain knowledge, yes. You want to be competitive, yes. But you also want to be able to like one another and not be fighting, say, in your respective team Discord or TeamSpeak. You want to have that chemistry, and having that ability to be able to run with another in an event such as this is one of those main things where some of those teams may drive with one another, and some of them will just drive into the pit lane, like this.
Quite a smooth transition that was into speaking about what's happening in the pit lane. So obviously LMP2 cars running out of fuel right now. Naturally, they will be coming in to take more fuel on. I wonder what's the thing for tires, because they won't necessarily need to, considering that the temperatures are cooler, but they chew them faster, don't they?
Well, to correct you there on that, they have been going up on jacks of note, because you fuel the car first, then you take the tires. So there isn't the true point for some of the drivers that's been talked about of not taking tires, because the times you can lose, the risk there is of that, of course. etc. Some of these teams are already changing drivers of note. Your race leaders for Simsa Esports have been dominant, to say the very least. The driver behind the wheel, mind you, just competed in the 4 hours of Monza earlier this month, about a week ago. Finished decent there. They just put in Julian Reinhardt now in their car. Guess what? Reinhardt's got the cushion. All the other drivers in their second competitors, or in some cases, maybe their gold drivers, if they feel they need to catch up on the pace, they're going to have a long way ahead to catch up to the real-world driver that built with the cushion for the sim racing veteran.
Absolutely, and you can keep track of everything that goes on as it happens on RaceSpot TV/endurance. The link is in the chat. You can maybe have a look and track all your favorite drivers. Julian Reinhardt for Simsa Esports has that cushion that Justin just mentioned. 14.150 seconds, the gap at the last interval. And Phoenix Racing Esport Green, the car you see on your screen right now, having to navigate through traffic, so they'll certainly not be helping them out at this stage. But yes, other cars are also in the pit lane. Mühlner Motorsport just got out, Durana Motorsport just got out, Mortal Sim Racing too. And quite a few of them are changing drivers, but not everyone from the looks of things. So this just brings me on to the whole debate, Justin. Where do you stand in terms of this? Do you believe that teams should change drivers very quickly, or should they just keep them in for a longer time?
Well, the theory on that is some teams like to change it every 2 hours to be able to, in some cases, say if you're in a certain class.
Weißt du, wen Team das war, die Drive to recruiten?
Bull 2 Apps.
Ah, Bullout Racing 2.
Guckst du eigentlich, wie viel auf der Pneu drüber ist?
Ja. Das tiefste war auf hier links 60.
Okay.
Ah, ich habe einen Platz gewonnen, nicht zu glauben. Tom, wie viel du nur dir?
Ein Check, meine ich.
Okay.
Ja.
Gut, ich sind noch mal ein kurz vor.
Ja.
Here comes the dive.
Is it a successful one then? It is from the looks of things, lunging down into La Source. The Simsa car does get the position in, but now, Justin, the draft is going to be big, isn't it?
Yeah, and the main thing is, too, you have a couple GTs, as mentioned, coming. You have an LMP2 coming as well. That may be the one difference where they may not be able to make a move. That might have been a smart decision. Just use a wider arc to get a bit of a ramp, so to speak, with some of the elevation change. Here comes that draft, though, and this is going to be dangerous.
3 wide as we go across, multi-class racing at its finest, and it is still the Simsa car that holds on to the position, but only just. And as I say that, all of a sudden the things have changed, because the Simsa car loses the position, and the Mühlner Motorsport machine, the team that organised this very event, have been able to seize that position and move back up into B number 2 in this GT3 class. So very smart driving here, proper gamesmanship, where as things are different in the LMP2 category, and the low grip machine are in the most low grip position on the entire track in the grass. Why is that so? Coupe Paul Frey, that's the corner in question. So they're approaching Blanchimont, Justin, and internet issues for the GT machine. Oh no.
Oh. And on top of that, that second ricochet right there, and then the third just broke the suspension. You see it with the right front tire. It's not on the ground. It's not turning well. That car likely done as a result. By the way, P2 swapped spots in the middle of Sector 2 in Puhan. And now, you see that front damage? They added some left damage for good measure, and that's going to now hurt them now that there's a car behind possibly. They have a good driver, though, as we've seen, who is optimistic with the draft to make the moves back, and they're making contact.
Oh, again at Blanchimont. For a second lap in a row, there is major contact at this quick left-hander. We know it's ferocious, we know it's fast. But when you go multi-class racing right here, be it GT3s or prototypes, or GTEs and GT3s, crashes can happen, and the JMS Racing Porsche are bruised, battered, and destroyed. Oh my.
I think they tried to come a little bit across the front nose a little bit too early. Didn't expect to make a slight touch, and that just made them unstable, clipped that grass and everything else. You just have no time to react with that bump. You'll see, well, it's behind the trees. Right there, that move, you see the juke? There's no way that car is going to be able to avoid unless they stomp on the brakes, and then everyone else risks climbing behind. JMS Racing, they'll likely lose a ton of time at the very minimum as a result of this. You can see because of that little graze.
And Justin, do you think that the GT3 machine should have just been, say, a little more cautious, or was that just a racer's instinct that because they're in the heat of a very big fight, they just have to fight for everything? And that's...
It's a little bit of both, maybe, I'm thinking, because I think you have to be more cautious, absolutely, and try and make sure you give space for the faster car, because you have the shot to try and make the move after that. But at the same time, the faster car also has to make sure they give respect to this battle, right? They try to basically come up and take the racing line away at the very last moment. And both cars, I think, can at least have the argument of potential fault there when you think about it if you're a race control.
Yeah, there will be protests flying across all the way through very quickly. You will see incidents like this be reported. Nobody is going to let this go through that much easier. And now, of course, the Austrian sim racers ROT are fighting against this union. Both Porsches, mind you. And now, speaking of another Porsche, the low grip racing team that had the previous incident at Blanchimont, they find themselves last in class P15 and 23rd overall behind quite a field of GTE cars. So when they come back, they will not be getting any blue flags. They will have to fight their way past, because overall they're behind them. And right now, of course, the low grip racing team in the pit lane because of all the damage that they've accumulated. But when they come back, it's just going to be a tough fight for them to get back over all the GTE cars. And the same can be said for JMS Racing, because now that they've crashed at Blanchimont, they are falling behind so many GT3 machines as they make their way in the pit lane. So the things could change for them. But nevertheless, Austrian Sim Racers, Rotten Race Union, getting close to each other. Let's go that way.
Now let's focus more so on the battle, the task at hand, so to speak. Because Race Union, they've been on the prowl for this spot for a long while, in my opinion. Because they've had a good car. They've had a good unit of drivers. They're a unit of drivers known for being competitive in the German sim racing scene. I think they've got the raw pace to even pass Australian sim racers. Austrian, rather. It's just where they reach and how they reach. Right now, this time gap has just stayed equal now. And they're right where they need to be. Just stay behind, just keep them within draft range, and you'll be in a good spot. Then you can save the gas. You can see, though, they are not as good in the corners, though, compared to Austrian sim racers, and that could hurt them.
Yeah, small things like this could compromise them so much in the long run. And even though there are 22 hours left in this race, you want to get that track position, and this kind of thing never, ever helps you out in a case like this one, does it?
No, it doesn't, and this is where, as a driver, where you have the comfortability comes in, that really helps you, right?
Yeah.
And the raw pace that comes in. I know it's kind of repeating over and over, but it comes into play over and over, right? You don't feel comfortable in a certain section or even miss your mark by a few inches. Say on this curve, you're likely snapping it around and losing control. Guess what? Hit the mark right, they're not losing too much time as a result here. So that's where all that bounces back and forth like a pendulum swing throughout these types of races. It's just a matter of mitigating the mistakes and minimizing the mistakes and being able to recover from said mistakes to be able to go back and forth on the timesheet and or continue to plow forward up for track position. Keep in mind, by the way, these cars are still about up to 9/10 of a second slower than your race leader.
Yep, losing big time as things go on. Fighting, of course, both the Porsches against each other, and it's a common phenomenon in motorsport. When you race against each other, you can end up losing time to the leaders or the cars behind. Nevertheless, it's a fun battle that's going on right now amongst many others. Meanwhile, in the prototypes as well, Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro not getting past the Dürener Motorsport car, at least for the last couple of laps. Now they do get past going down the inside. And the organizers of the race are having quite a strong one right here, moving up into P number 7 as it stands. The number 21 car, piloted right now by Michael Fingborner, doing a very decent job.
That wasn't for position, by the way. That was lap traffic, and yes, that's how slow the 68 has been today. Again, you mess up the setup of this car in any way, especially, say, adding extra drag at a speed track, you're going to pay for it. Guess what? The 68 of Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow, they're paying for it massively, where they're a good few miles an hour slower down each and every one of the straightaways. And at this type of track, that's not good. Let's put it that way. Because you do not want to have drag as a driver. Drag makes things slower down the straights. Reducing drag or increasing horsepower is how you get faster as a competitor in some of the various types of classes of racing. And now, if you're over speeds and the rest of your group, you're learning that the hard way tonight. Especially for this car, especially with the different philosophy used by the other car, as pit window seems to be open. This is about 50 minutes or so for the 137.
So the Austrian Sim Racers Rot GTE car has made its way up in the pit lane. And Justin, there's often this belief popularly in motorsport that more drag is also equal to more downforce, and that's at a circuit like Spa when we've got so many tricky left-right corners when you need all that downforce. I mean, that should ideally help them in some places, but it's seemingly not been that way, is it? Oh my goodness me, drama in the back with the LMP2s, oh boy. they were getting a bit frisky at La Source.
Yeah, with some of the traffic, yes, to see that right here, but back to the task at hand. Yes, the downforce means more corner speed, and that can help you in Sector 2, but the problem is the main way drivers have been gaining time are in sections right here off some of the traffic and off the pole of others throughout the race today, especially in some of the back and forths in the LMP2s. And the problem with that is, if you're not able to keep up in the straight line speed, especially say in Larchmont, which is not as easy of a section to keep the speed in, you're likely not going to keep up, and they haven't kept up from the get-go today.
Meanwhile, number 66 Phoenix Racing car have been able to keep up quite a fair bit. They are in second place right now. Team with it like a Phoenix, they can actually soar through from the ashes and come back to take a great result. Because, well, for them, they have closed up the gap in this stint, mind you. They have clawed down that gap that Simsa Esports LMP2 had before the start of this one. So, before the pit window, the gap was around 30 odd seconds. Now it's, say, 11. So, although it's only 2 seconds being cut down, it's still something. It's a beginning for them. So, clearly, Daniel Longrick has done a good job in that machine trying to claw down that gap. But nevertheless, he's not alone. He is being chased behind by the Ring Fizzer Sim Racing LMP2 machine.
Here's the intriguing thing with all this. The double stint, some of these cars have been the quickest cars on the track. Shockingly enough. We're talking even with the traffic. Bullet Racing just ran a 2:02.5. That was faster than the leader by 6/10. The 8 car that's in P3, double stinted, they were quicker by at least about a second or so with the cleaner space. They lost some time in the traffic. I'm surprised how quick some of these cars are going. The fall off in pace difference is already up to 7/10 for some of the cars today from the start of the race with the track going up.
And already all the teams using that to their advantage, trying to make moves, trying to get this done. And in cases where temperatures rise, I mean, we often tend to conserve and all that as we head to the afternoon, but no, for these guys, they're just pushing hard. The lap times are certainly coming up to their advantage, but nevertheless, it could be a bit of a bad thing for them when it comes to saving up tires eventually. But still, let's look at this one. WS Racing Esports Magenta closing the gap out on Bull Racing 2. Only a 10th now. Look at them weaving, trying to make sure that the WS Racing Esports Magenta car is not in the draft. And the Bull Out Racing team was somewhat successful in that, because the WS car couldn't quite make the move as of yet. You kind of get a feeling that something will be on the cards rather soon.
Look like at least they thought about it. But again, with that big a defensive move, you probably say, you know what, I'm just going to back off and save. Because here's how quick these runs have gone for these cars. They're already out 2-3 laps away from the pit window. Yes, you heard that right. In other words, may as well save, especially with this now.
Lots of drama going on in the middle sector. You pointed that out early on, Justin. That's not where you want to catch any sort of traffic. And now that they have, ooh boy, this could be a bit of a spicy moment right here. Bull Out Racing team pulling out a bit of a gap against the WS Racing car. They've had to fight out against them. And look at this. From having a gap of around 1/10 of a second, it's become 1 second and 1/10 of a second. All that can happen while the traffic gets you up in the middle. So it's something very, very interesting in terms of how you manage traffic. It essentially is your make or break thing, as we see a lockup at the bus stop chicane.
There was a car off at the bus stop. That one specifically. That is Stage 1 Racing, who had to take a stage left after, I believe they just locked up and went straight off the track.
Wowza. Why have they done that? So clearly, everything seems to be fine right here. Matthew's saying, yeah, what a lovely day at Spa. Oh, no. Loses the back end. And was that a wheel on the grass, Justin? That's why they lost their footing right there.
Have to take an air look there, but basically as they locked it up, that went straight. I mean, straight full lock. Yep, right there.
Yeah.
You hit the grass, you're gone.
And what's the damage like on the grass? Now, most of the times, modern-day racing circuits, the grass and gravel has been replaced with runoff, astroturf. In certain degrees, even at Spa, let's say La Source as well. But how risky is the grass on iRacing, Justin? Just how tricky is it to manage your car there?
How do I put this? The grass is hot lava on iRacing. Let's put it that way. You touch a blade of grass, you're likely spinning the car up in a lot of sections and a lot of different tracks. And you've seen it just about there. You lose a ton of grip. It's going from full grip to none at all. Back to full, and it just, that difference in transition just snaps you around at the snap of a finger. The main thing as a driver is it's not so much the damage from hitting the grass, it's the damage of if you hit something after you hit the grass.
Yeah.
It's what you have to try and recover from or try and avoid.
Because whenever your car is on the grass, you've got as much control on it as NASA on that space rover that just went off the surface of the solar system and is floating in the sky. You have no control at all, to put it that way. When the car is on the grass, it's like putting a man on an ice skating rink with normal shoes. Can't do much about it, can you? Just go by your instinct, try to do whatever you can, hamper and scamper about and just hope for the very best. And thankfully for the Corvette, it didn't end up too bad. Again, they did lose a fair bit of time, but still, could be worse. Oh, Jeremy Clarkson, I've just quoted him right there, haven't I?
I mean, technically could use regular shoes as skates.
I mean, not if you were very smart.
I mean, if you don't have skates, you have to use something, right?
The next thing you know, you would have a bruised chin.
I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right. By the way, this 60, some of these cars are going to be really mad in this grouping of cars such as right here, because some of them have just absolutely had to slam on the brakes and have flicked their lights up in anger. The 68 had to do so. Some of these cars are now in the risk of doing so as well now in this sector.
So are they going to tangle with each other? Or are they just going to put in a beautiful performance, much like a figure skater would, with good shoes on ice?
Well, if you're figure skating, you need skates. You can't jump up in the air and do a pirouette and then land without the skates, right?
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, you have to be able to skate your way through some of the holes around this racetrack and finesse your way through them and just dive your way on through them and lunge your way on through them. Some of the drivers have been more daring than others, and that's why some of them have broken drafts from one another. Some of them, they've been more timid, and that's where they lose 2 seconds a lap. But at the same time, you be over-aggressive, as we talked about. The drivers who are not expecting that are the ones who are probably using running shoes on the ice and end up getting sent off to the ground as a result.
And if you're a beginner, you can't quite grab onto the poles and keep on holding onto them just to begin with. You've got to go in the deep end, and at Spa, the deep end, well, that's where the grip is. If you go to the edges, to the boundaries, quite possibly just like Motor Racing Esports did early on, could be facing the wrong way with a big bruise on your car. Meanwhile, Motor Racing Esports say, hey, Dude in Motorsport, look at me. I'm the captain now. I want that position from you. And so Durna have an instant reply saying, you've got to fight for it, buddy. And so they are going to fight for it. 3/10 the gap between them as we come up to Eau Rouge. It's a classic sight, seeing cars from left, right. Wow, it's an amazing corner. Never gets sold. What also never gets sold is a move around the outside of Lecombe, which seems to be coming now soon.
Yep, just again, better run coming out. Grill, Rouge and Radio on. Sets it up. Get the good corner exit. Boom, you've got it with the pole. It's been the common passing method all day today in the LMP2s for a good reason. The main tough part is just keeping the spot because you know they're going to be able to draft back if you get held up here. Guess what? They're getting held up here.
Yep, held up big time by a BMW Z4 GT3. And it's been a source of conversation recently, Justin, at least in the YouTube chat, about why iRacing is still using BMW Z4s. It's still a pretty old car, yes, but it works pretty well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and you have to keep in mind, it's not as like in some platforms where it's a rendering, say, or interpretation of the car. It's a full-on scan, and for some teams and for some manufacturers, as a organization, do you feel comfortable with a company or someone, even your competitors, being able to have the scan to try out and know the exact raw power of the car? And that's where some of the concern honestly can come into play, right? It's some of the timidness that can come in for that. That's why the Corvette was such a surprise to see that come into play on iRacing this year. And it was a surprise that people cheer for, is it's still a competitive car in real life. Some of the cars, like the LMP2 here, for the Dallara P217, to be quite frank, entering towards the final stages of its chassis life. But that's just how this sometimes works in some cases. Some information you'd be protective of, and for others, you come in the pit lane. Like right now for the 41 and the 64.
Very smooth indeed. That's the 41 car back in the pit lane yet again. That's the Bullout Racing team. And yes, they've been in there for quite a while. And they've had a few incidents. They've had a few good battles early on. But now they are in to make their third stop. Of course, fuel and pit windows will be starting off for all the teams. Tomas Grunkorter, the driver behind the wheel of that one. And I think ideally, Justin, we should be seeing even the GTEs and the GT3s coming into pit lane, what, 5-7 odd minutes from now?
Around that point, yes. Based on the markings, we've seen them go up to 27, 28, some of the classes, right? They're around 23 laps this time, most of those cars. So these competitors probably around that mark, give or take. But still, if you're a competitor and feel like you can go for an overcut, that's where the saving comes into play, right?
Yeah.
There hasn't been that many chances to do so today compared to some other events we've seen this year, because everyone's gone so spread out in some cases. In other times, it's just been about who's got the better marks and better consistency throughout a run.
Actually, speaking of saving right here, I have to get the attention back to the couple of Ferraris that we had early on who did go a lap longer. So OnlineSimRacing.de, Stanislav Lenarts, and 11.9 SimSport, Sven Hartmann, these were the two cars that did go a lap longer in the first sim because they can with the Ferrari. And the gains from the looks of things, Justin, are not very huge because they are essentially where they were. P number 6 in category and P number 11 in category respectively. So quite clearly it's not the...
Bist du dir eigentlich vollgetankt, Tom?
Den ass im Schlitter hun schon an
Okay.
Schëllen dat vorgeteilt.
Ja, das war.
Wie seit Punkt Speed aus.
Du Rouge fall okay.
Okulmo Speed.
Oh,
90
ne. Ja, da war mi so wie zo sinn.
5 km/h.
Ja. Ich net dats de Wipad time se nie an der christen Auto de mir rich
Ausschluss der Schließ man ass schreist mal.
Jo. Den hat den ass méi deut fir mir.
BMW
Ja.
ik seit well ass.
Ja, fir der 5 Stundenkilometer. Och Ausgang so rouge.
Ja.
Ausgangsblanche mat Pader.
Okay.
Gut mat fir an 2 Drive-Thru-Strofen fir die
Ja.
Sachen umgefangen.
Ja, ja.
Ja, ich verstehe net, dat war previsibel.
Ja.
or perhaps the ghosts of the mountains nearby coming to haunt them and saying, "He who..." Oh no, jokes aside, serious problem for them. They end up losing a fair bit of time. And remember, they were fighting for the top positions in their category.
Yeah, that was your car in P2, mind you, for much of this end of the runner, keeping up with that said run. Now that's going to potentially lose them their partner, so to speak, for the next little bit or so. In fact, while they're currently second on track, or net P2 on track, I don't know how this is all going to fare out for them as a result. Austrian sim racers, remember though, Austrian sim racers lost a lot of time before. They've had 3 total stops, so they might be in an okay spot, but the thing is, I don't know if they have the pace to get to HM Engineering.
Yeah, HM Engineering are well and truly by far and away up ahead, and you can take a look at that Porsche at the side too. That has to be... yeah, that's the GMS Racing dominant bomb at the wheel of that broken Porsche that had the incident at Blanchimont a few minutes ago. But the hour mark has been reached. 21 hours and 57 minutes left to go until we end this race. And something special is here. We have an interview lined up. So it's Rasmus Busk of the HM Engineering team right here with us. So why don't we pull him in and let's have a good chat with him.
Yes, indeed. I believe he's standing by with you, indeed.
Rasmus, mate, firstly, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Man, what a first stint it was for HM Engineering at the very top. Dominant in the way you drove. What's it been like out there for you?
It's been a bit chaotic with the LMP2s sending it when I didn't think they were going to, but I think I managed it quite well, so.
And Rasmus, in terms of double stinting, obviously the temperatures are not as hot right there. So, is it fairly easy to do something like that? Are you not facing major lapses in terms of grip? And how has traffic been today so far?
I think you can maybe triple stint at night. Our tires were fine after the double stint.
Triple stint, wow.
And the traffic has been okay. GT3s is like all around good. No major problems with LMP2. We did have one incident we got into troubles.
Well, interesting enough, just as you said, there was a spinning GT3 car, spinning BMW right in front of the HM Engineering machine. Oh, that got a bit risky over there for a couple of seconds.
I don't actually remember that.
Oh, it's just happening on track right now as the live pictures roll on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thankfully all safe.
Now, one thing to ask as well, as a competitor now, as your second driver's rolling along here with the class lead at the moment, what's kind of some of the things you're trying to help along and tell them and try and work with, especially since this is a group that you've been with for a few weeks now?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly spotting with LMP2, spotting with like multiple cars coming close to you, saying, yeah, you have a group coming up, be careful, they're fighting, or whatever. Also helping him with fuel calculation, or he's helping us.
How would you say things are coming along with you and HM Engineering now with the partnership, now that you're part of this group?
I think it's actually a really good team I joined. Really happy where I am. Nice guys, nice work we've done so far.
What are some of the things that you feel you've helped them with, or some of the things they've helped you with or taught when they're, or vice versa?
I mean, maybe a bit of setup work I've helped them with, but they also taught me a lot of stuff. Like they helped me find some time spent in the Cup Car because I started racing that for the Danish series, which is coming up soon. Yeah, not really anything else.
Now, of course, your team in a good spot right now. What are some of the things that your team is keeping in mind still, with the class lead and being, well, or should I say the net class lead, because the Ferraris have been extending it up to 28 laps, the furthest so far. What are some of the things that you guys are keeping in mind strategy-wise, or feel the fans should know strategy-wise as this race progresses for your organization?
I mean, we're mainly focusing on the field, making sure we can make it to the end and not having extra stops. Also the incident limit. And we're just focusing on finishing, driving our own pace, not pushing, just cruising around.
10-4 on that one. And just for clarification's sake and curiousness sakes, how many incident points would you say your team has at the moment?
We have 5, I believe.
Wow, just 5. Why do you feel that is, that there's so little? Because it seems like that's been the case for a lot of drivers, while others are in the projected 20s and 30s.
Oh, well, that's a lot. I had 0 in my first stint.
10, okay. Anything else you'd like to add, I guess, before we let you go?
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Tech in Asia, Logitech, BenQ, and so on. And of course you guys for the amazing broadcast, and the organizers of the event for hosting a nice event.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Very entertaining chap, have to say, Samil.
Yeah, Rasmus, very entertaining. At least on the track, he can really put on a show when things go on. And yes, driver swap for onlinesimracing.de. The car disappeared for a second, snap of the finger, they're back again, because then they have changed drivers. So pit cycles have essentially finished. They are the only car that were left to pit, and now they have, along with the second Ferrari, the 11.9 Simsport, they are well and truly behind. So they'll take a couple of moments. And the Mortal Racing Esports team are back on the chase with WS Racing Magenta. That is for P number 5 in the LMP2 category. And I'd say, how long has it been, Justin, since we have seen Mortal Racing Esports in the middle of a fight? Let's say 10 minutes, 15? They always seem to be in the middle of it.
Especially, it seems, with the 64 lately, right? And that's one of the things with endurance racing is normally, once things settle in, you're likely hooked up with an air driver for much of the rest of the race. This is the type of situation here, and this is not pretty because they've reached that destroyed BMW we talked about before, and that set up craziness.
That is craziness indeed. The Mortal car has to look for an opportunity within all this drama and mess that's going on, and so he does. Goes to the inside line and forces Linkfizet car outside, and look at the frustration that he's got at the back, flashing his headlights. And that's the best way of an endurance race, is saying, I'm gonna settle the scores with you rather soon.
Yeah, I wasn't liking that at first because that slow BMW has been trouble for them, unfortunately. But just took advantage of it proper, right? Able to squeeze it in, able to stick it without going off into the grass. And now, they're paying the spoilers, to say the least.
Indeed they are. And finally, of course, the Mortal team have got the position in for themselves. So this battle has calmed down a bit too. And they were just there trying to fight, getting on the back of them. And now they've realized that they can use the traffic to their advantage and get things done up and easy.
Why don't we take a look at how things are shaping out, though, here, Samil, in terms of the top 8 rundown so far, because for this class, yes, SimCity Esports, the gap has gone down to only 6 seconds of note, but that's because, well, partly traffic, but partly several teams have picked up on the double stint that was tried by some of the teams earlier, and now are trying it themselves. The top 3 did that. It's 15 seconds the gap on the podium spot. P4 is Frankfurt Sim Racing LP2 in the 8 car. They had to use their tires after they used the double stint the last run. Then you have this battle for 5th that's on screen 48 seconds back, and then all the way back in P8 still is Bullet Racing. They're still trying to close up 5 seconds on that Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro machine to try and claw their way up the pylon here, Samil, in this grouping. It's here we go again.
Nice, good racing going on in LMP2s. The Mortal Racing team still keeping out the WS Racing Esports Magenta machine. pushing them out. And then as this goes on, the GTE field has seen a fair share of...
Thomas, sind sie Probleme, weil sie versteuern?
Ne fir war
Weil, was für an die Rechts-Längs-Kombination da gefahren was du der Steuerrad quasi ganz riecht. Und das ist wie ein Auto, da gefahren permanent Waschrutschen.
nö.
Ja. Ein Hai?
Nee.
Sieht ganz komisch aus bei der am Cockpit. Bizarre. Schau, was du noch da?
Mhm.
Guck mal ein Kerl aus dem Thomsinger Cockpit für sonst du willst.
Aber wann es geht. Wollen wir jetzt gucken? Geht
Geht?
ja. Geht ja.
Nee, ich weiß nicht, wie war das? Ich kriege also ganz komisch störgestellt. Ich wusste, ob der doch bei der was.
Pass auf, du gehst dein Käberrand. Möge das normal aus.
Okay, bei mir sieht das aus, wie wenn du permanent umgegangen hast, Gegen zu lenken. Für dich ein Kerl als Steuerrad steht immer den anderen weh. Wäre ich gefreut. Aber Tom, da sind 100, die muss man so
Ja, ich weiß, aber bon, muss aber do kommen, ne? Lotterie fir sowieso lcht. Ja, ich kann blinken bis kring am gesinn dass mir also biwer den aber se kann.
Ja, mir hunn Blue Flag 3 Köieren.
Ja wat zo man schlossen na fall lcht ge problem.
Ja. Der 4 Konzert, du war gewulz mat den GT3 GTE an.
Ich muss net sto bleif fir lcht sinn.
Nee. Fin das dat? Ah, von der P1.
all the parties involved in making all this possible. But meanwhile, BMWs are fighting amongst each other. Repair expert Untitled Motorsport Sim Racing are chasing AMC Birkenfield EV Pre Alpha. Now that's a long name, I agree. But what are they going to do here? Atlecom? Nope, they're just going to keep the combs aside, not going to polish everything right now. They are going to look for a move sometime rather soon.
I mean, you have to think with the way the race has gone for Daniel Helmy and his respective organization, right? But to get touching back on that sponsorship point, they're crucial as an organization these days, especially with this year, because the whole climate of sim racing changed from the start of the year to now, where before you get a sponsorship, a lot of people would be happy with that, and for others now, it's vital as an organization, and there's been people buying in. We've talked about Romain Grosjean, for example. There have been many on the oval side buying their way in. There are organizations and drivers wanting to get an opportunity to represent a pro team or have a pro team. There's so much importance in that this year, and as well being able to maintain a brand, maintain social media postings. There are several teams who have been increasing the roles of social media throughout 2020 compared to, say, last year, where they may have had a Facebook post a month or something, or a tweet every month. Now they have dedicated people for some of these teams. It's just the way things have been going, and that's where you start to see that bridged gap starting to close up between the real world and the virtual world, where you start to see many real world brands wanting representation from respectable organizations. And we've seen that even with the real world organizations in their sim racing counterparts to show what they can do on the track, such as this.
Exactly. Mühlner Motorsport are racing in real life. Also got Phoenix Racing, who I know for sure, racing DTM with quite top names. So this is an extension of their brand activities, of their profile. It's, again, this is one quote from Radio Le Mans that resonates in my mind quite a lot. They said that the racing is real. Well, the cars may not be, the tracks may not be, but the racing is just so real. And during the motorsports are right there trying to prove just that by going down the inside at Lecom and getting that position in from Mühlner Motorsport for P7. And that's the thing, right? The tracks may be virtual, the cars may be virtual. All of us may be sitting in different corners of the world. I mean, Justin's in Canada, I'm in India, Hugo's in Brazil, he's producing the race right here. All the drivers in different corners of the world. It may all be virtual, but the competition that goes in, the effort, the preparation, everything is all just real. And one team that comes to mind that have ramped up their social media, that, like Justin mentioned, BS Competition in the endurance scheme of things, they have just transformed the way social media is run for a team. They have in-depth insights, social media and everything, so it's just become essentially another vertical of motorsport. And frankly, Justin, it's just the way it should be, because the kind of effort that goes into this and the number of viewers that we have, it's just become a different level of the sport now.
I know there are some in some of the organizations who may not like that trend, but it's just how things are going to go, because you mentioned it. It's real world. You have real people driving with real emotions, racing for a chance to fight for wins. And all of that, yes, these may be virtual cars, but the emotions all play into a factor that you would have in real life. You race like it would in real life as well, essentially. What I'm trying to get at is that just is a natural transition, especially with iRacing, with its ability for drivers to train on the tracks. I was talking with someone, William Hale, for example, from the Verge for Nashville, for the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway Roundup for the All-American 400 on the oval side, for example. They had the All-American Esports 400 a couple weekends ago, and one of the things he hit upon is because they can't go to the real-world track to practice, guess what? There's a virtual scan of it on iRacing that's brand new, right? They get to do their practice laps on there and learn their marks and feel what they may be able to utilize in real life for when they go there, or are currently there even, for this weekend. The same goes for road course racing. And there's a reason so many drivers from the virtual side have also started that transition to the real world side of racing as well. And those connections matter so many times. Not just because you might race against your competitors that you may be battling with here in the virtual world, but also because those connections may open up the door for you to race in the real world.
Absolutely, and may not be iRacing, but we've seen so many cases of drivers from a different simulator just translating from their academy program into real-world motorsport. I mean, Jan Mardenborough is one name that comes to mind quite clearly about transitioning from sim racing into real-world motorsport, as are so many other drivers. I can't quite seem to recollect, but there's one rather young driver transitioned from playing motorsport games right here, not games, simulators rather, different one, nevertheless, to racing in Formula 2 and Formula 3 these days. And that's something rather special, isn't it? The way you can still change and transition from going there to here. It's something fabulous. The gap is being closed up. And speaking of gaps being closed up, the Repair X by Ultra Motorsport Sim Racing team is closing up to the Birkenfield AMC car yet again. And while all that has happened, the WS Sim Racing Esports Magenta car was recently in the pits for their fourth stop.
So some various strategies come into play. We'll have to see what happens with some of these error cars then as this run continues on. But to get to the specific point of what you're, I think, trying to get towards, that is, it definitely is a chance for you to get some opportunities where it's also a chance to build up a real-world racing career and some potential funding depending on some of the events you build up in, especially at the biggest stages with some of the big prize pools. Because the money adds up and it allows you the opportunity to buy seat time and get seat time rather. One of the best examples, Zach Novak, is one that we may have to keep an eye on, try to see if he runs in real world cars in the near future. Last year's NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion. There's just those opportunities. A lot of times though, you do have the real world drivers as well come to the virtual world because they want to have fun. They love these types of events too. That's one of the main things. There are so many drivers and even fellow broadcasters that you see and listen to, pardon me, who have lists that enjoy these types of races. It also gives them chances for seat time against other competitors and to show what they can do to help teach other people. There have been so many times I can think of as well that there have been chances from the virtual world, in some cases, that have helped them build sponsorship and grow their brand. Eric Smithley, for example. Anthony Alfredo, for example, on the oval side. You have Lando Norris on the road course side. There's so many names you can think of who have built their brand up from the virtual platform and taken it to their real world careers, and in turn bring that real world career to bring exposure and expertise to the virtual world.
Exactly, and it just extends all the way from brand building to practicing as well, because Einstein Goen is one name that comes to mind on the road course side of things, as we see the Ring Wizard Sim Racing GTE car fighting against the Austrian sim racers Rot. Now, Einstein Goen is a Turkish driver who's competed quite a fair bit in the actual Porsche Super Cup in the real world side of things, and on the sim, he blatantly admits that yes, it helps me practice, it helps me get a lot of track time, and as a driver, I can grow with this. It's fantastic.
Exactly. Some of the teams, yes, have their own simulation equipment, but you can only get into the simulator so many times at your race shop or your team or your manufacturer's headquarters, because there's so many people and so many seats that can have the space. So, next option. Go and jump on iRacing in your own personal rig and be able to compete from home, run as many laps as you want for as long as you want, and as well be able to race against other people if you want to have some fun. There are so many drivers that run the official races too from the real world. Some of these drivers, as we talked about, raced in the real world. SimCity Esports. Part of the reason there was such a big gap for the LMP2 lead at one point, you had one of the top drivers in that car in the world in LMP2s for the past couple of years driving that machine, who, as we talked about, ran recently at Monza for endurance racing, but is also a contender for the Rookie of the Year for the.
Ja, easy, ne?
Das ist aber ganz okay. Ja.
Tischchte well awer kurs fertig fuhren.
Oh, Moment vor wir mal.
Ja. Ist nicht, weil dann alles geschieht, muss ja nach den Speed eigentlich für zu fahren. Und das noch lang.
Ja okay, mir ich mengen awer oni Wonner holen man keng eng Runde mir op oder ele.
Nee, mir wisst weil alles geschieht.
klar wie du.
Ja.
Also Junge sieht man net base méi
Also
Oder-
nur mischt wenigstens vor
Nee.
so, ne?
aber weg net.
Ja, okay, mit so okay sind, dass wir bis 10 Uhr fahren und dann abhängen.
Vielleicht geschieht ja Wunder.
Nee, weil schwingen, ich amüsiere mich nur nicht heute zu sitzen. Und dann um 10 Uhr so, okay, wir halten ab.
So, mal gucken, wie das evaluiert. Sei führen der US ist gehört, was der Masche.
Zeitfucht.
Oh, ich verliert 4 Sekunden.
Mhm. Also drum der Boxenstoff war richtig gut. Weil den Hammer da das ein zweite, dann die war 400 für den Boxenstoff. So, aber los den ersten und zweiten genau 100 nehmen. Der Tisch
Ah, ja, schon
spannend.
dafür nicht den direkt Lunch gelöst.
Ja, weil du kennst das spannend. Okay.
So die hun mal geteckt.
Keine Ahnung, was hin fährt.
Keine Ahnung.
Car number 8, this is the last lap to serve your drive-through penalty. Last lap to serve your drive-through penalty.
Oh, die Car Number 8 saßen und Box gefahren.
Ja, ich hätte einfach viel nur geguckt. Weil war den aber noch kein richtig Strophe.
Aber da hätten disqualifiziert.
Das ist nicht schlecht.
Was da, der GT3?
Nein, P2.
Also,
Ja, also ne, das heißt nur in anderen. Den Almundsberger, du.
Das ist in einem Car Number 8, das ist ringfiziert, Simracing, einem P2.
Ja, mir das nicht den Almundsberger, du. Den ist grad Black Flag gehen, ich wissen, was der fährt.
Ah ja, Freck. Das ist aber komisch, weil fährt hier schon Car Number 8? Er hat doch 8 gesucht, oder nicht?
ja.
Ja, schön, aber heute Car Number 8. Und kann ich mit Car Number 8 draus sehen.
Es kann aber sein, dass das nicht klappt mit den Nummern her.
Ja,
weil,
ja.
Sie hat Fedro geschrieben her, dass kein Penalty vergehen her, wenn es der K-Number
Ja, das ist richtig. Wie? Ah, okay, da weißt du gar nicht.
Number 8. Why have they got the penalty then? Well, that's something that really perplexes me.
Unsafe rejoin, and it's gone to where the race control, the way it works is they verbalize through to the specific team managers the penalty out of the sim, and they have to serve it within 3 laps. Because the 8 car hasn't come in to serve it, they've been black flagged now in the sim to mandate they have to come down.
Wow.
That's understandable because they were told several times, Samil, to come in, that number 8. Now they're going to have to come in, and that's going to be a bit more of a heftier penalty from ignoring the initial calls.
And that happened in an incident with Valkyrie E-Racing Green, Reinhard Heibel behind the wheel of that car. That is where the unsafe rejoin took place, and now, as Justin mentioned, that penalty will definitely have to be served by them. as they come up. A couple of drivers locking up at the background, as I see, at the bus stop chicane. But nevertheless, all safe and easy, all safe and clean. We're now seeing a couple of LMP2 cars also in the pit lane in the form of the Progressive Sim Racing Alpha and the Fit Fuel Racing team. How does this change things then, you ask? Ring Wizard Sim Racing team, LMP2, they were in P4 in the category. Now that they take the penalty, they are going to be dropping back way down, because that pit lane is a properly long one.
Full pit stop behind, right? And that's going to really hurt him. And the main thing is, though, I'll tell you what, he is still within range 2 on screen here. The problem is, he's now feeling exactly what Phoenix Racing Esport Green had at the start of the race, where they lost 4 seconds in the full draft from traffic like this early on. They're getting it right back. And now, if you're Simza, you have to start calculating and planning things about here. Wouldn't be surprised to see some strategy come into play when these cars have to duck down in about 30 minutes or so to be able to try and swing this back and hope for the best.
Yup, they've got to swing and swing hard in this one. See if it works out in their favor. They will be losing time, yes, definitely, but there's still a long way to go in this race, and it's become a bit of a staple. You can take a shot every time I say this one thing, but absolutely something very significant still to consider. So we have a new leader then. Phoenix Racing Esport Green Team seizing control at the very top, and yes, not letting it go. That's the critical bit, because Simsa Esports had a couple of opportunities to fight back. Not quite happening then. Oh dear me, they're looking for something risky and launching over, trying to pass the other car. And actually, we can come back to the whole debate that we had about sim racing on the broader perspective, Justin. And I know you very keenly follow other esports as well. And while other esports have grown to a much more broader perspective, into the mainstream, into the mass scale, now what do you think we can do in esports, in sim racing rather, to bring it to that level? Say like games like Dota or Counter-Strike have done.
I think first of all, just the momentum of it. And I'm not just talking about, say, battles for P7 where you're looking for momentum as a driver. I'm talking about momentum of the investment, momentum of the engagement, of the fan investment. All of that has to keep on getting better and better, to say the very least. Also, you have to keep in mind the amount of respect and, how do I phrase this? Integrity, as well as credibility, is the key word. Has to come into play. You can't have tons of mistakes. Stuff you could have happen in some events, to be quite frank, 5 years ago, or 2 years ago even, or last year, or even earlier this year, you can't have happen as a brand.
Yeah.
All of that has to be mitigated and fixed. And I don't mean just put in a band-aid. I mean full-on invested in improving it and listening to your fans and growing your fan base if you're a platform, especially in sim racing in general. I'm talking about in general in the sim race community. The main thing as well is the drivers. You have to be able to build your own brands, and for some, that's one of the difficult parts. Some of them have that difficultness of where they want to stay silent because they, or that's probably not the best term, more so want to be more background or quiet, so to speak, in terms of social media presence and branding. That's something that a lot of the teams at the pro level now require you to do, where some have to stream, some have to tweet X amount of times a day. It's been talked about for real-world drivers. That's what they have to do, right? They have 3 tweets a day, etc. I think all of that is part of the crucialness of giving credibility to sim racing in general, especially on the iRacing platform, to be able to keep the momentum going.
Speaking of momentum, Absolute Motorsport Aceland design closing up on the Albrecht Motorsports BMW Z4. That's a very good point that you mentioned right there about having that big social media presence, because so many of the top esports gamers, let's call it that, but athletes, they do maintain a strong presence online. Oh, let's get back to that later on, because Albrecht Motorsport had a bit of a Larry moment on the exit, not something that you would expect from BMW Z4 GT3, but nevertheless, it opened the door for the Absolute Motorsport car. They could have gone for something, but again, that would have been far too risky, far too dicey. Can't send 50-50 moves at La Source, especially when you're that close to each other, and especially when you're at this crucial juncture of the race. Absolute Motorsport are going to look for something around the outside, which they do. That Audi is a beast at Spa-Francorchamps. We saw that the last time out at the iRacing Spa 24 Hours. We saw that at Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago as well. But with no BOP, everything is leveling out and just causing a bit of trouble to the faster cars coming in from behind. The Audi is trying to seize the opportunity from this one. He had the nose up ahead briefly as we come towards No Name Corner, and the BMW is forcing him to go the long way around, which is what he should be doing. So top level, top tier defensive driving that's going on right here, Justin. But the third sector is where things can really materialize right here.
This made a 3-car battle. In fact, that is for position with a 235 in the backdrop. But it's exactly what I talked about a little bit earlier. You have a faster car go, takes the preferred racing line, just try and follow the hole and be able to dive down and get side by side. That's what he done. The problem is with the switchbacks. Some of these cars are going through the marbles right now. That just kicked the BMW into the marbles and off the track.
An absolute travesty for the BMW. They lose up a huge amount of time. And critically, momentum heading off from Blanchimont. This is where the Audi should pounce and capitalize. And guess what? They have done just that.
Just completely hit the marbles on the left side of the racetrack right there. That's why Matthias Kraus went that wide out of that section. Just sailed him off to the sand with the left side tires. And guess what? Because that Audi was right in that spot, that's the preferred line instead. Able to pounce, and now he's got the spot, and guess what? The BMW is busy now with Michael Jost to try and fight for P8 as a result.
Yep, everything is busy right here. If you make a mistake, you get thrown onto the car behind. The gaps are just that good. Team RaceGator.de, Michael Jost behind the wheel. We are riding on board with him right now. Seeing him close up to that number 8 car. Of course, lots of time on the clock. 0.6 of a second the gap between the RaceGator car, and they are closing up to the P8 machine of Albrecht Motorsport. Matthias Kraus is behind the wheel of that BMW, the one that just made the mistake early on. They'll be wanting for some salvation as this race goes on.
It's been a quiet race, I have to say, for the RaceGator machine, as that's not going to help them into the marbles. What in the world was that move? That was a half a lane off the bottom line, at least, for Daniel Schnorr. In the 123, that was the car with the technical issues before. And we're also hearing that there was a blackout for one of the Absolute Motorsport cars, one of their other machines.
Well, that is something that just comes to haunt you in a situation like this one. Yeah, it's iRacing. They're not going to be nuts and bolts failing. There are not going to be pistons that start misfiring. Yes, if you misdrive the car, the gearbox could fail, the engine could drop off, but these sort of things do come back to haunt you, do that. These are technical issues.
That would maybe explain why they dropped from P3.
Also Tom die Führung da was Position 3.
Wo hast du dat dann hier geschrieben, du dat läuft?
Und jetzt Live-Dokument. Von so einem Discord guckst, da haben sie ein, so nicht. Da haben sie Report-Dokument.
Ah, da, ja.
Aber wenn du auf Live-Rico-Doc gehst, dann sagst du ziemlich schon, dass du etwas geschrieben hast. Oh, ja. An Süden Excel oder an dem Channel, da steht dann hier Decision dran.
Ah. Oh, de Bottas zit op Polen.
Ja, cool. Jetzt war nicht viel Hamilton, wir hatten bestimmt überholen mal.
Ja.
Egal, wo Hamilton steht.
Schon Hamilton zwar lieber wie de Bottas. Weil keine Ahnung, de Bottas, ich fand ihn so. Ja, das ist doof für den Mann, so. Weißt du, zu helfen.
Ja, mit dem.
Und sie ihm so, los Lunch, dann los eine Lunch.
Du musst halt meinen, sonst kann ein Team wechseln.
Da war Necker gewinnt, da seht ihr im Fuck you zwischen frei.
Aber der Battle war ja auch richtig schnell, das kann ja.
Was nie über Q1 rauskommen.
Ja, und das 14. ist schon an Q2 kommen. So, war richtig schnell. Also Thomas so, das ist am General
Ja.
aus den Wolf Motorsport für nice.
Meng dat mir gegen net nach Packer me op de Liedlap zu kommen.
Nee.
Ja.
Hm? Kannst du knicken.
Ja. Ah, schmengen die enge Runde do mocht net wirklich op. Kannst wer sinn mehr.
Wir sind da noch nie.
Ning op den 4 an 11 op den nächsten.
Wie wäre Joren an normalen Ëmständen? Von man gi ganz normal vor, gif man och net an der Liedlappe no fuhren. Bo wann der will dohalen fir mech ass okay, da mat lo, weil der man besancht an schon sitzen.
Schön nun dass den Jack Bock huet
Also mir als egal just das keine Ahnung das mat den Nowen da ma moch net dem Feier opstief hier.
Erfülle moment 2 Stinten und dann denke ich, guck mal.
Okay.
Das muss in der Wunder geschehen, dass just hier gefreut zu sehen. Vielleicht meine Schüler auf Futti.
du willst sonder probieren.
Ja. Tom, du weißt, du warst mein Idol.
Dat allergeilste war op der Schleif gefu wo man allen zwee op derselter Platz dieselbe gemeet.
war prinzipiell eng 24 Stunden derfst net so frei opgin. Du kann immer geschéien an du gist net eichte du kannst an engen Top 10 op immer sinn.
Da warst da war nur ganz viel optimistisch.
Ja, weil ich genau wees dass dat fir alles geschieet ass och engem Männer kann zu all moment geschéien. An der Nch gist de mit an sofir du kann dat an de 24 Stunden. Das net dat ändert alles Roboter sinn die dofuhren. Und dann der so vergessen sonst komme vielleicht stinks war dann spiel.
Because though when looking back at the tape, stage 1 racing black was the trigger point. And I believe that may have triggered an earlier penalty. So that's where now the frustration is going to settle in a little bit, but now you have to let yourself calm down. Your team members have to calm you down and help you focus. Because if you think back to that moment now, since we're about 2 stints in, you have to just keep on pressing forward and fix what you can during your pit stop stints, if you can. They're in a good spot. That's the thing with despite the damage. It's going to hurt their pace. It has been hurting their pace a little. But I don't know if as a group you can afford to panic about it for the next few hours if you already panicked about it even more so, especially. Or keep on panicking about it or harping upon it because guess what? You harp on upon it, you're basically going to be stuck running in place, so to speak.
Pit stop for the number 64 LMP2 machine. It's a bit of out of schedule, this one. They've come in either a bit too early for him or a bit too late, so that's what's happening on the live timing. WS Racing Esports Magenta are the ones we are chatting about right here, as the Valkyrie E-Racing Green machine closes up to the Prism Sim Racing Alpha. So everyone, virtually everyone on the LMP2 field has taken 4 stops, but for some reason the WS team are coming in yet again. They are in P number 8, pitted from P number 6 at the beginning. Let's see how they cycle out towards the end and why did they come in the pit lane. But nevertheless, this is what we should keep our eyes on. This battle in the GTE category between Valkyrie E-Racing Green and Prism Sim Racing Alpha. And while we focus on GTEs, Justin, I think we can just put out this very good piece of conversation about what's happening later on, because now factory teams are withdrawing their efforts in GTEs in real life. Porsche have pulled out of Windsor, BMW have done the same, Ford have, let's say, said that we're not going to continue for far longer than this one as well. And Corvette are also not competing in WEC now, so with the whole pandemic striking and with car companies not selling as many cars, essentially, it's hurting them big time. And even DTM right now, Audi and BMW have essentially said, bye-bye, we're going to pull out. And they are going to have a GT3 hybrid sort of category, GT3 Plus. But when you see things going for GTEs, essentially, because now factory support is becoming ever so lower, and the grid sizes in most of these championships are diminishing, depleting most of the time.
I'll be quite honest, it's a little bit above my pay grade for some of that. But in all seriousness, it's just part of evolution of the sport, and you need to adapt, and that's one of the main things is the costs.
Yeah.
As continue to skyrocket. I think it's just 2020 accelerated, to be quite frank. But everything else, when you think about it, this is one of the ways to help with the costs, and is simulations, such as iRacing, if you're a team, because it can cost a lot to go to a real world track and test there, when you can just test from your home.
Yeah.
Like we talked about. To be quite simply frank, the racing environment has changed a lot over the past few years, especially with the rise in sims. But things are getting interesting on this racetrack. Are hearing there the 210 apparently. Something to keep an eye on there, Samil. What's going on with him?
Yep, 210. Max Downherd has made his way into the pit lane. So that is for another stop. I'm not quite sure if it's very late or something, because most of the GT3s have done 3 stops. One of them have done 2. That is the Rainford Sim Racing GT3 Pro car. So surely something that I've lapsed in concentration on. But no, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing making a stop at this stage of the race, when nobody else is making a stop for GT3. So that's something to keep a keen eye on for them.
I mean, to counteract that, I mean, they have been pitting for a couple laps. And we talked about this, there is the overlap with the GTEs that comes in. So there is the chance they can blend on in like that, absolutely. It's just the stint totals have varied for some of the teams, it seems. Some have gone 25, some have been able to go 24, some have gone 26, similar to the GTEs. But it's been more spread out apart with some of that, and in turn it's bunched up the strategies. Take, for example, these two. This is the battle going on for curling 9th and 10th. 2-lap difference on the strats. By the way, the car that made the pass is the one that is currently on the longer strat, or the older tire rounds, or older fuel round in the strat.
Yep, so move being made. Albrecht Motorsport, Lunterp number 9, Matthias Cross behind the wheel of that car. Nice and clean, keeping it all easy. Making sure that at this stage of the race they don't crash, they don't collide. They have to do everything with great precision at this stage. Of course, a lot going on across the circuit in each of these categories. 3 categories racing here, of course, if you're just joining us. LMP2s, GTEs and GT3s. Big difference between both of these final ones. They may look similar in nature, but the gap per lap is quite huge. And speaking of the GTEs here, they are on screen right now. Prism Sim Racing Alpha still defending from Valkyrie E-Racing Green. And the last I remember, this same battle had been going on for, what, an hour or something?
Welcome to iRacing once again, but just part of the ebbs and flows of the race. The main thing I'm more thinking about is, with them still being bumper to bumper, yes, and all this, with some of the traffic breaking this up a little bit by a few tenths, is keep in mind your overall race lead was only a few tenths a little while ago. The part that's making me pull my hairs out is, if you're Simza, how do you lose 13 seconds in a stint even with the traffic? That is absurd. That is absurd in the LMP2s right now. With some of this thick traffic, yes, it's been thick, but you don't lose 14 seconds even. Now it is. In a stint, it doesn't add up to lose that much time in 12 laps.
If there's anything I can say for that, it's just that we've seen this before. Because Simzo, they had a 13-second gap early on, and they lost that gap, and here they are losing 13 seconds again in a stint.
That's the thing that drives me crazy, is while we still follow along with the battle still with these cars here on screen with the pole too far back to make the lunge here, if you are right now Valkyrie, that was over the course of 2 or 3 stints before. This is in one stint. That's where it's so crazy to see that, and some of these cars just have been that held up to where Phoenix Racing has just been able to time it up much better than what Roberto Edward has been able to do this entire stint, which is crazy.
Yeah, and that's the bizarre thing. And when we were seeing Simza, I mean, I remember in the early stages of the race, we were singing praises and saying, yeah, they've pulled out a huge gap. It's going to be very difficult to close that up, but something's changed so quickly, and I don't know what that is. It's hard to say that, and even the fans in the grandstand right here seem to be a bit puzzled about that, but no, it's a bit bizarre. Is it just Simza losing time unusually, or Phoenix being just too good?
See the differences here on the side-by-sides. The pace when they're in clean space has been near even, I've noticed. I think it's, again, as I talked about, traffic management has been crucial. And for Phoenix Racing, they had the weaker spot early on compared to Simsa's driver at the time. Now Christophe Mons has the upper hand in that regard, and it's now given Phoenix Racing Esport Green a massive, massive bump.
And from what I can remember, I don't even remember Simsa Esports making any major mistakes in traffic. Yes, there was one at Puhon where they ran slightly wide and a couple of GT3 cars involved, but no, how can you lose 30 seconds in a matter of a couple of stints without making any significant errors? Is that baffles me. And they must be double stinting, surely, because everyone is in the LMP2 category too, but it's just something very, very strange. It's hard to even pick out any differences between the drivers, because, I mean, if the numbers are to be looked at in this particular case, Christophe Monser in the Phoenix Racing Esports car, the leading one, has an I rating of 4,403, whereas...
Hold on. Pardon me to break up the conversation here. Some of the cars, I think, are starting to have some problems here. The 77, I believe, just lost a bit of time with a bit of an off track. And pit stops are underway as well. So that's also to think about here, is wow, they now quite the strategy in groupings such as this.
Ouais, votre humour.
Scheiß Mama Box bei der ersten Runde.
Hm?
So scheiß Mama Box bei der ersten Runde.
Ja, die ist immer witzig, du musst ein bisschen lupfen überall. Ja, boah, aber mehr was die feiert, ja. Ziemlich spannend, ich meine, sie kennen eng Laps mehr.
Jetzt sind wir 11.
Ja, ob die echt, mehr ob die lascht am Feld.
Ah ne, da sind wir dann 10, ne? Oder?
Nein, 5.
Du musst doch gucken.
Also die 5 fallen dran, an mir sind 11 dran, das ist 6 Runden.
sie 5 dran die Lasch.
Die soll man dann am Bemmel 3 Runden
Richtung Logato mat 5 Laps.
Okay schon HM Engineering mat 5 Laps mir dat sind die echt von der GTE
bei mir als nur Phoenix
Ja, Phoenix Racing Esports.
ja du steht sich net wie viel Runden
Ja, du also die 12 Runden an dran. Schön und die sind selwicht.
da sind
5 Minuten 21 sind die Hand dran. Dat ist dat sind 2,5 Runden.
Ma ja mir
8 Runden 1,5 Runden zum anderen.
Ma ja die 400 ist den aus eng Runde hat mechten
Der wo soll net wo hin.
Gëtt nemmen eng Platz wo kann hin.
Ja ich verstehe net wat ze net einfach du nach vor anders.
Schon mal die nächste Boxestopp gestalt. Ne sinn aus Tangas gët voll gemerk. dem Motorsport TV gesinn den Nummer 1 Zeile Orien rausgehalt bei mir verronnen. Gespannt op den net eng Schoof krit.
dat war auch der Wolf Motorsport jetzt herausgehört hat, ne?
Ja, weil er doch den. Also wenn die immer rausstehen, dann musst du schon mal vorstellen. Ne?
Ja, aber du kriegst bestimmt der Wolf Dinge den Stoff, weil er bloß Hände und Bart tötet.
Ja. Du, das wird
Das
so
ist egal,
so.
wenn auf Singalin ist das nicht egal. Ja.
Tipptopp stark, du hast sogar deine Position gut gemacht.
Oh, mega.
Und der nächste Mal so ein Positionskampf.
Aber leider nicht an dieser Klasse.
Was ist ruhig?
Wenn du packst, du.
Ah, du just.
Yes.
Der ist souverän.
Thomas gesehen hat möchte.
Souverän, challenged, ja.
Ideal.
Statt gemeint, ich wäre in der Watch im Server, ich kann durchführen.
God mode. Ich kann dich beruhigen, mir wäre genau dasselbe geschieht mit dem, was der du geschieht hast.
Ich weiß nicht.
Das
Problem ist, der ist nicht vom Gas gehen, das ist der Fehler.
ja, ich wäre auch vom Gas gegangen und der Situation der feierst du.
Ja.
Right side, P6 is close.
Yep, P6 is close as it always has been from the very beginning. Again, one of those cars not fighting for position. That's the Duranda Motorsport Club.ev in P number 7. Closing up to the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro machine. Robert Künkes is behind the wheel of that one. Oh, he's going to the outside. Oh, they touch. Oh my goodness me. He is absolutely livid with the Mühlner Motorsport car. They made contact at the exit of Puhon. Could have been far worse. Hell, one car could have been in the barriers. Thankfully, they're all on the track, but the temperatures are rising and the rage is also rising alongside with it. The fury is going up. Now look at this. The 77 wants revenge. It's double stinted. Remember, it has fresher rubbers. It's going 4 tenths faster than most of its competitors. Down the inside at Blanchimont. That's a risky move, and I think, Justin, more than just a fight for position, this for the 77 was a move for pride.
That was a decision. I mean, I liked the move originally from the 77 coming out of Puhon. Use the lap car as a pick, get to the outside, and then you make the easy move. You have the preferred racing line and turn in the closer bottom line. But I think the reason there was all this incident trouble is that 21 car for Motorsport Sim Racing Pro didn't expect them to try and cut out for the pass and just doored them trying to get around the lap car, not expecting to have that being used as a pick of the time. And now you have tempers flaring, and now they're gonna have to try and regroup here, especially since they're just getting their position on the pylon because the 40 just had to make an unscheduled stop here with some trouble for them on the penalty pylon possibly.
Yep, Mortal Racing Esports. They've had a bittersweet day so far, involved in all the battles all the way through. Why, oh why, are they on the pit lane again? So the penalty sheet says, no, it's not because of me. There is a reason why the Mortal car is right there.
They actually are coming in to come in at least to the pit box. So Pascal Beach sacrificing the spot, but now this 21 car, you're on board with Robert bathroom because just cannot get a rhythm, and they've actually pulled the driver from the number 40 just now. The number 40 now has made a driver swap out of nowhere. Pascal Freeze having problems. They put in a third driver just now.
I wonder why that is happening. We saw a few teams change drivers unexpectedly because of connection issues, but I'm sure this has to be something different because the 40 team looked rather fine. They weren't blinking about. They weren't having major issues in that regard. Why have they swapped their drivers? Is it just a lack of confidence?
That had to be something equipment issue or something personal for that to be having to come into play after a few laps. That may be enough time to feel if there's something wrong with the car, or not so much the car, but with their steering wheel. Heck, one of the events I worked on last weekend, actually a couple days ago, I should say, someone's steering wheel caught on fire during the race. Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Their steering wheel caught on fire, and they had to park the car. They no longer have a steering wheel. That stuff can happen. It's happened in these 24-hour events before where people have broken their steering wheels off the bars. People broke their pedals. A couple of years ago, that came into play at this track, to say the very least, with Max Verstappen. That all can just happen. And you need to be prepared for the unexpected if you're a driver. At the very least, they were able to make it to the pit lane. Remember, they let people go before. So something must have been going on for them to have to make this call.
Yep, something must be going on, definitely. And with the steering wheel incident, oh, look at this. I'll come to that later on, because this is the closest the Valkyrie E-Racing Green has been. Reinhard Heibel behind the wheel of that Corvette. He's a good driver. I've watched him race in a fair few TCR races, but this is no front-wheel drive race car. This is a mid-engine V8 Corvette beast. It's up against quite a posh Porsche as well in the 113 machine. Of course, as Justin mentioned early on, you do tag on to a couple of cars here and there, and you just stay with them for a long, long time. That's what's happening with these guys, and that Ferrari that you see up ahead in the GTE category. Not for position, so nothing to worry about him. Big lockup as we go into La Source, and yes, he's purely moving out of the way, but things can happen, right? Whenever you think about equipment failures, I mean, it'll be one, if you had a recording of that, it'll be one very fun one for the blooper reel, but the next morning you'll be crying because you have to spend so much money on a wheel yet again, and that's your race gone. It's very tragic when something like that happens. Valkyrie Racing Green, though, they want to capitalize on this at last, making a move on that Porsche for position, and they're celebrating. Hey, flashing of the lights. They finally got past that Porsche yet again. Brilliant.
Brilliant indeed. Just timed it up perfectly too. Used 11.9 SimSport as the pick as well, and now they just have to try and pull off and away with the LMP2 blinking their lights in please move fashion. You blink lights for everything. Let's put it that way on iRacing. But to get back to the task at hand, if you have an equipment failure, that's the tough part. Is the financial replacement is, yes, you can go to the store, pick up a new steering wheel from, say, Best Buy for a few $100 and you can pick it up. But you want to, as a driver, have the right mix of comfortability, performance, and cost effectiveness. And for some, it can take months to replace the equipment. Personally, we were talking about this before today. Had a clutch pedal on my main pedals go out. And that may not sound like a big thing because it's more so on the oval side, but here's the thing. Guess what happens when you're under caution on the oval side? You clutch and coast and turn off the engine, save fuel. You can't do that? Say you're in a fuel mileage race, you're in trouble. Also, the previous pedal set before that, brake issues. Couldn't get consistent brakes, and obviously you can't have, if you don't have consistent brakes, guess what? You're likely sliding into the car in front of you, say if you're in a battle such as this. In other words, equipment is so crucial to maintain and have functioning properly. And to be able to replace it can take a lot of stress out of you and take a lot of time to be able to get everything proper.
I think equipment in the best of ways is just like a fixed overhead, right? Now, in terms of managing a business, yes, your overheads are always going to be there. You won't be paying for it every single month. But when something goes wrong, when your overheads rise, that's when it's a cause for concern. Usually, it's just there. You expect it to be there. You expect your equipment to be by your side to support you all the way through. But when it goes wrong, it's an unexpected cost. And not all of us are as fortunate to keep on replacing our equipment very frequently without bearing a great financial brunt on the personal expenses. And yeah, it just impacts you as a driver too if you can't get the same wheel. Of course, wheels are different. We'll come to that later on. But German Performance Sim Racing in the Audi battling against the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Black. This is one battle I've been wanting to see for a long time, and finally it's materializing. German Performance, of course, starting in P number 5. They've made their way up one position. They are fighting against this BMW. A good fight for the top positions in the GT3 category. In fact, let's take this to a more lighter route. In fact, well, what's one of the more bizarre things that you've seen happen with drivers, Justin, in any race that you've commentated on? I mean, in one of the races that I was working on, a driver was leading a Formula 3 race, and he wanted to just configure something he wanted to do. I don't even remember, he just changed the brake bars or something, accidentally pressed the wrong button and had it configured to go back to his Windows home screen, and pressed that button and lost the race, because then his iRacing shut off, shifted the screen, and he lost 40 odd seconds and crashed.
That's actually one of the worst case scenarios here. Right now, this colorful car on the inside trying to take the best case scenario of this and might get this job done right here. Perfect maneuver for the most part and really close regardless. It's getting dicey though, really aggressive here with the own P2 on the outside.
The change for position. The Audi has moved past. The BMW was slightly frustrated, as everyone always is when losing a position. So the Audi does move up into P number 3. That's the first time we've had any car apart from a BMW in the GT3 category up in the top 3.
Yeah, impressive drive from that Audi to claw their way into contention for this class, but
Also das Blue Handel immer viel zu frei hat. Blinkt ja schon.
Ja, da sind blinken bis mit uns alle. Dabei soll es auch froh sein, dass er locker profitieren vom Wandschild bis er tritt.
Mach mal ein bisschen nervös dafür drin.
Alles das Leben Sinn. Oh, das geht nicht.
Oh! Sag, guck nicht an. Hey, du Wolf Motorsport. So, fährst du.
Ich hab jetzt schon immer damit.
Ja, aber jetzt fährt dann dauernd damit.
Ja, das sind Zeit.
Mit du hast keinen Kontakt an der Orange. Weil du geguckt alles an der Reihe.
Nach Keding.
Ja, alles an der Reihe.
Wahnsinn. Ich muss ein Reisgeleit jetzt gehen. Ich fahre nicht an den Zucker.
Weil die Manöver mal wieder gefallen.
Shit, ja. Check mich alles für den Bock aufzustellen.
Nee.
Nee.
Gut nicht. Ganz am Konträr.
Das ist gesehen, das ist gut. Alle Jungs, bis direkt.
Jo,
Bis dann.
Halli. Ciao.
Zwei Runden nur an dem nächsten GT3. Wir sind am Funktionsstieb so Crash, also sie richtige Crash hat, Digga.
Ja, wir fallen halt komplett aus der Rolle.
Boah, ich meine, und dann nur echt am den Inks werden aber noch Sache geschehen. Hoffentlich schon nicht bei euch mehr.
Also, ich meine, in einer 24 Stunden geschieht immer irgendetwas.
Ja. Voilà, oh! Verzeihung, Piste gefahren wäre.
Ja, dann hat man voll dieses Gepäck. Ja.
Oh, wo fährt's da hin? Du fährst nicht mehr fair, oh mein Gott. Was hier so?
Oh,
das hat gleich Stroph, oh ne!
Ja, der Tour genau. Der Tour genau.
So, Fesseln. Ist voll aufgeschossen. Egal.
Wen hat den aufgeschossen?
Du hast ihn aufgeschossen.
Wo ist dann aufgeschossen?
Warte, ich gucke, der Lobo, der Käfer.
2 Stück am Punkt, Memo.
Er ist aufgeschossen.
Fuhr, ich gucke nicht.
Mal wie war echt geschickt.
Nee, fuhr, weil...
Ich geht das anders, Schwätz. Er ist doch kein aufgeschossen.
Mais du Kurs, du hast mir gar nicht gesehen. Also,
Ja, den war so das schon gerammt und den hast du...
Ganz cool. Also, du fährst Lernstunden, du seist noch schon nicht mehr und du rennt den Hand anders.
War der GT3 oder was?
Der GT3, ja, der BMW.
Der BMW, du. Der so damit war.
Ja, dafür kannst du nicht. Also. Uhlala, das habe ich geschappert. Ja, effektiv, das Ding auf wie hast du gar nicht falsch gemacht.
Ja, ich hab genau Schmatt gekriegt.
Ich gucke mal einen Kerl Sänger wie.
Ja, guck mal, jetzt im Jackson wie, du wird den.
Ja, den hast du eigentlich schon einfach an den Druck gehauen. Wenn man nur nach dem Report kriegen, dann hat er einen Strafdruck gekriegt, dann ist das Reputation zwar richtig gut.
Die akzeptieren wir dann zwar nicht, ja.
Ja, wannst du lo aus dem BMW Singer wie guckst, der mengst du de Jacques fir voll an Zeit gerannt. An
Ja,
verlcht weil wie Ghost Kontakt.
Da werd ich gucken ich aus dem Chase. Nee, den du hat kennt Min nee, de Jacker selber riecht gefuhr, den anderen du halt bis mis no links.
Ab du Jagger friech gefuhr, du werd nicht das nächste so.
Du gleich könnten krämer private Messe stäuft du.
Ja, aber dann akzeptiere man den 2 Minuten. Weil wannst du heute den Replay guckst, so
Da geh mal rum an den Channel Brillen dreift rum mein Arsch. Gib mal einmal du richtig. Richtig schmecke. Oh mein Gott. So, weit tun wir dann schon ab Skrut oder noch nicht?
Ah, der Pendel.
Nein, steht noch nicht am...
Ja, die muss ja luftdicht schreiben.
Aber man hat ja keinen Sinn, das ist direkt und schreibt gemacht.
Ah, das ist ein Link. Tschö.
Stress. Stress, kommen sie ein bisschen ruhig.
Nach bald den Sweater von Wingfiziert aufgeräumt. Noch 20 Stunden, wenn ihr bedenkt, was an den 4 Stunden schon geschehen ist.
Ja, nicht viel, also weiß.
Ma ja, eben. Nee, das kann den anderen noch mal alles passieren. Das weißt du, für ins Tour nicht gerne start, weil ich weiß, dass du mal schief geht.
Ich wusste nicht, dass du gerne fährst, das hätte ich so mit den Tom konnten. So hätte ich schon noch kennt, für mich hätte ich nicht klar so schnell gewirft. An Quali. Ja, den nicht ausgekommen, und den Jacques schon gewundert.
Das ist wirklich stark.
Er hat fürs G-Start, weil er nicht ausgemacht, Lukas.
Ja, du, ja, mit.
On this organization's cars. You knew from your perspective their experience. I knew from my perspective on the sim, they're very competitive when it comes to this type of car. They're showing that exactly today. And now, they've just taken off. There's a reason they've gained so much time when in open space. You can see on that time. They lose time, of course, with the traffic. That's a given. But the main thing is, Christoph Maltz has just capitalized on open space much more compared to Simpson's car, who has been stuck in traffic and still has tons of traffic to deal with, including interlap traffic to deal with in the rest of the stint.
And that has essentially been the difference between the two of them. Meanwhile, now, this could just be my timing screen, but I still see the WS Racing Esports Magenta team.
They just bet. They just bet.
Yeah. It's a bit strange because the same thing happened, a few odd minutes ago, and my timing screen was showing that. The last time out, it was just my timing screen frozen. This time out, they have bid for real.
Yeah, that one's scheduled though, but the main thing is it's a difference in cycles because of some of the penalties, because of some of the bad luck for their group. That's putting them behind by 5 laps.
Oh.
And the main thing is, those 5 laps can hurt them at the end of the race, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're already back to P9 at the moment. They've been floating around the middle of the top 10 for much of this race. By the way, that P6 gap is already back down to under a second again.
So quite clearly, Austrian sim racers, just after becoming a bit of a targetless torpedo at the bus stop chicane, they've certainly found their mojo back, and the torpedo, they've turned from that into a full-blown guided missile with the target locked and set. No, this does not mean that they're going to hit the other car. Not putting any commentator's curse, mind you, but it just means that they have their eyes set on their target and they are doing a superb job of clawing their way back in. Of course, it's been a bit of an up and down race for Austrian sim racers, Rod. Sometimes in the top 5, sometimes outside. This is more of the latter right now for them, but quite clearly the pace is there. But as we've spoken about time and again, just about minimizing those mistakes. Easier said than done. That's what you've got to do. Oh.
Yeah, that is a little bit aggressive there. Justin John among the cars fighting for position in all this. Well, that's not a great way to come out of the pit lane. Let's put it that way if you're WS Racing. Right in the middle of that traffic with a car that's really trying to push hard for position. Just like that, and nearly missed the pit lane saying, you know what, I gotta make it on gas. Come on, I gotta come in.
On the very edge for the 41 machine. The Bullout Racing team almost bailed out of the pit lane until they finally cut in and got right there. So the window is open for LMP2s, but this is just on the edge, right? This is just LMP2 cars on the very edge of the cycle. We're not properly into the thick end of it.
I'm not quite sure yet, to be quite frank.
Because
but
I think they pit the last time out around with 45, 47,
Yes.
50 odd minutes left to go.
give or take, yes. It's about 10 minutes or so, give or take, for some of these cars, if that's what you're trying to refer to, yes.
Yeah.
For the LMP2s as well, though, there are about 2-3 laps for some of them till their pit stops, too. So it's going to be an active pit lane. And for many of the drivers, they've had the luck of not crashing the pit lane, first of all, but second, having space to enter the pit lane.
Yeah.
How long that space lasts is going to be something that we'll have to see. Because a couple have come bumper to bumper. There was a collision in qualifying too with interclass traffic in the pit lane when one car was trying to go in, one car was trying to go out. That caused someone to tow.
It just reminds me of a classic old Hindi song that we used to have back here. It's called I Am Coming, You Are Going. They're very, very simple. That was a time where the lyrics weren't quite great, but it's just the same thing. Just chaos, all that happens when all parties come together in weird phases all together. Just it's a tight pit lane, let's call it that, Ben. It's a long one too, the endurance racing one.
Not quite sure if I've heard that song, no offense, but I'll take your word for it.
Hey, you'll find it quite funny. There's nothing serious, it's just a funny beat at all.
That's not going to be funny.
Yeah, that's not going to be funny. We've seen Ferrari struggle in Formula 1 this year. Tell you what though, that was a big mistake by the online sim racing DE car, and the Porsche can pounce once again.
Worst possible spot to happen too, because now the Porsche, as long as they nail the run up the hillside, they'll be able to get the toe and then some right at the start of the Kimmel Straight. Perfect, right there.
An absolutely iconic sight, seeing cars go up the Eau Rouge Hill. What's more iconic is moves being made right here on the Kemmel Straight. Right from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, we've seen moves being made right here. And so that happens once again with the Porsche, who made a similar mistake at a similar corner only a few laps ago, coming back from the dust to take back this position.
Just able to take advantage perfectly of a mistake again with some of the traffic. I think the Ferrari was trying to give some space to the LMP2, but gave too much of it. That time, just trying to keep too far to the left, I think, in the bus stop, and now they paid the price. Now the matter is, can they fight back with the price? I don't know, because you can see the front grip just isn't there.
Yep, they're losing it. They're just not having the pace in. Of course, the Ferrari always going one lap longer because of their bigger fuel tank, and the fact that they can go 27 laps didn't quite seem to be an advantage. But the fuel aside, the tyres are what's chewing them out right now. That's where they're losing the pace. That's where they're losing the time to the Porsche. And that mistake just seemed to be the amalgamation of everything.
That's the crazy thing, though. There's a 5-lap difference with them having the fresher tires. I wouldn't say, and there's the double stint 2 keep in mind to factor in. Absolutely. I think it's just how the cars are set up in terms of the preference for the handling as well. I mean, there's a reason there's one Ferrari. This used to be the most popular car in the service. Yeah. And they're still trying to make mistakes and give each other the positions back. You're another lockup of the Porsche.
Crikey. And it's the bus stop chicane yet again. What's it with that corner? People are almost always making mistakes. Not people, these drivers, Olaf and Thomas Bieber, both of them just finding it a bit tricky to get their way around that corner. And I don't blame them. It is a tough one to negotiate through, mind you. But it's just those mistakes that are not allowing either of them to capitalize on the mistakes of the other person. Either of them could well and truly have a 5-second gap by now. Had they just hammered on, pressed on to those mistakes, but no, that's not happening. Each of them are making mistakes at both stages.
Yeah, that's unreal. I think, again, the Austrian Sim Racers RLT car is quicker. But, and that's the key word, it's just seeming like they just can't get into a rhythm, both of them. Whether it's because of the traffic or whether it's because of the pressure from behind, I'm not quite sure. By the way, LMP2 pit window is open. Phoenix Racing just pit for the lead.
Yep, Phoenix Racing coming into the pits right now, and a question from Hydra. Funny that Prism LMP2 is triple stinting tires. Is it worth it? No. Prism LMP2 are not triple stinting. So Prism have actually done a single stint. They went in for tires. Oh, not Prism, yeah. That's the number 77. But still, they are losing a bit of time. So most of the teams right here are double stinting. Nobody that I can remember have done a triple.
Now, I think it's referring to they did it before in the race.
Yeah.
But, and this is the key word again, they're only in the one stint now with some of the strategy calls, some of the driver swaps, and there's now in P7. So it can work, but it also necessarily isn't the common strategy.
Also, a quick word on someone who went a different way during a Motorsports Club, EV, number 77. They find themselves in P5.
Well, something's gone on to Blow Out Racing, pardon me. The 41 is in trouble in Bruxelles right now.
That's an interesting place to get into some drama.
I think they were stuck along the top wall a little bit. If we can go back and take a look, they just got back going now. They were stopped there for a good minute or so, for a good few seconds or so, I think.
Oh, dearie me.
Wenn ihr aus der mal kein Masterkarambolage ist. Neng Runden. Wie viel Runden haben wir verloren wie ein Tom an der Box?
10 Stück ungefähr.
Ja, weil durch Menge 2 Durchfahrtsstrophen hat man eine Runde verloren. Wenn wir eine Runde haben, da wäre, wo wären wir dann? Da wären wir wahrscheinlich 9 oder zwischen 9 und 13 wären wir noch.
So, ich will auch wohl geht die BMW ein Report gemacht.
Ich kenne mich fertig, man da ist. Die eine ja immer reportet, die andere Report immer.
Ja, und den 289 hat auch noch einen anderen Report gemacht, weil das, wie du so hast, den hast du ja einfach mal Milieus gehen auf der Strecke, ne? Den hast du auch gar nicht gefahren.
Ma ja, das hat ja keinen Abseitfuhrer mal,
wenn's. Ja, den hat auch...
Ich meine, nee. Ich schenke der Mut, dass ich mal im GT3 in der Mitte von der Dinge zu fahren. Okay, Bock. Nee, oder... mir gut no further action für
du okay also
wenn's net code
E289
ja wat war dat für ihn?
Ja. Dat war den der BMW. Ja schön ja gerade wie Pod gegen 289 gemacht.
Ah, ja. Hat Sperring fiziert schon drauf gefreut, dass man noch einen Schrufcreme, ne? Nützige Leben, mir warum nicht mehr, mein Kind? Du können mal sogar reporten von so Scheißbau. Endlich.
Und so, mit den Trick heiraus, mit dem reporten. So, das geht gut daran.
Einfach ganz Feldreporter für irgendetwas. Irgendetwas von dem immer.
Ja, ich meine, du siehst an der Formel, du schwärzt auch shit für den anderen nun. Also, Jacques, pass auf, du bist im Racespot live.
Mir ist.
Und shit, groß Jacques Rotteville.
Alle lo voll Rohr an Korvette.
Und dann Jacques Rotteville. Minus 11 Flaps.
Das ist geil, hä? Das ist nicht meine Schuld.
Du musst die Sache mal Humor holen.
Warte schon.
Luca, wie alt bist du, wenn ich dich freuen?
17.
Okay, das ist richtig geschätzt. Ich hätte 17 bis 16. Was sind in einer Sekunde rum, ne?
Jo. Ich bin noch ein kurz fort.
Okay. Oh.
in a flash. Beautify racing. Even though you're in different corners of the world, you can swap around in that very same car. And Vlad Kimchev is the new driver coming into that HM Engineering Corvette. And boy, how dominant have they been from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's a team that I paid a lot of attention to. They've grown a development program team as well. They're fast, to say the least. They picked up even faster drivers, as we talked about. This is a team that's set up for success for the near future.
Yep, they've been extremely good, extremely smart in the way have run their operations. In fact, they're dominating, doing a very good job in the GTE category. You know what? Now that the hour mark has been crossed, I think it's a very, very good time just to feel the immersion that Justin was talking about a couple of minutes ago and actually get involved deep down into what it is like from the perspective of the drivers racing right here. It's time for a Race Spot TV fan immersion, and we are gonna go with the number 66, the Phoenix Racing Esports green car. Daniel Longrick, your leader overall. Let's do a couple of quick laps around Spa-Francorchamps and get fully immersed in the sights and sounds of this amazing circuit. We should be back. Back again here at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps for the HNR Spa 24 Hours, organised by Mühlner Motorsport. And while we did do a couple of really fun laps with the leader of one category in the form of Phoenix Racing Esports Green, there has been some unprecedented drama for the leader of another category. Justin, what's just happened here?
Right as we started the race spot fan immersion, we mentioned there was a new driver in that car in Vlad Kirichev. As this car nearly runs in the back end of traffic to make things even worse here, mind you, their driver ended up having a technical issue, and that they disappeared from the track. What that means is the car's not on the track. Rasmus Busk had to jump in relief. They lost more than a minute and a half as a result. And guess what? HM Engineering, no longer your race leaders after being the dominant car in the class. They are now way off where they are going to need to be, and a bit off cycle 2, mind you, as a result. They're going to have a long drive to get back to where they are. They are currently net P3. That's the bright side, but still. They are way back at Prism Sim Racing and Race Union because of it. 1 minute and 25 seconds to be precise. By the way, mind you, some of those cars have ducked down. Others have stretched a couple laps on different cycles.
Yep, they have indeed. Bentley Golds are in the pit lane right now. They would have cycled out as the leaders. Let's see what happens with them. OnlineSimRacing.de, the Olaf Matzenbacher car, the Ferrari, still yet to pit. So provisionally they are in P1 and 2. HM Engineering will essentially come out around P3 effectively once those guys pit. But how painful is that? How excruciating is that? You've done nothing wrong the whole race. No poor traffic management. You've been managing your tires, well, your fuel, well, you're racing, well, you've pulled out the biggest gap that one can imagine. And then the perils of sim racing. The one thing that could go wrong, hardware issues, latency, network issues, they strike the leader. And I know for a fact that they will claw back, because if they just keep on driving the way they had been driving, HM Engineering will well and truly stick out later on and will create a big gap, but it's just not making their work any easier for them, and they get thrown somewhat in the top of the mid-pack. So that's where the drama is. That's when things could go wrong. So although it's not all lost, it's not pure smooth sailing for them anymore.
Here's the tough part too. Bentley Gods actually cycled right in front of them too, so it's a net P4 too. This is just compounding things. In other words, they're going to need to take the next 19 hours and 48 minutes to close up that entire gap likely. The thing is, it's early on, you can recover. The thing is, it might take them until the final 4 hours to get back there at the clip they were running before. It's not going to be...
Frag mir wäre von den Zeiten hier komplett bei den Leuten gewirft.
Spät das dafür nur nach, wie sieht es fort, wer denkt 2-0 geführt?
Ja, das war Simsa, die Flyern, mit den zweiten für 204, den dritten für 2, auf 202. Und dann die vierte 205, 203, 205, 204. Also, du hast schon 4 mehr und 12 gewirft.
Ja, du kriegst ja noch keine freie Runde.
Bei der 4. Den du führen daraus werde ich schon, dass das eine Referenz. Den aus der 4. Position.
Hoppla. Hoppla. Okay. Oh, dan heb ik het door.
Oei, oei,
Ah,
oei.
echt. Was een spät op de bremse.
Ja.
Jack, du warst gerade am Racespot.
Ja, und das ist nicht ein P200 da.
Ich hatte Menschen sind den leider amüsiert. Ah.
Ich komme schick, wenn ich einmal ein Kind aushält. Sekunden gewinnt das. Nur, das ist so lange mal.
Ja, das war Niveau halt ziemlich schön, das wahrscheinlich. Oh, Frank,
warst
Das hat sich mal aufgeraubt.
Ja.
Das war kurz für Runden.
Kurz vor Ende. Wahnsinn.
Maar dat ook een schade daarbij.
Ne, ich gebe eine Menge, ne? Das ist noch ein paar gebremst, dann hin die Geschwindigkeitsüberschuss. Gut 10 Stundenkilometer und jetzt verbremst. Das ist eben so, was von dem Druck kannst du keinen Abtrieb mehr. Das ist halt Schossluft. Thomas Matt geht, dass der Jaggi gekillt hat.
Nee, und nicht.
Hat der Jaggi gekillt?
Nee, ich nicht.
Es war nicht geholt, mit richtig gerabbelt. Wir sind doch freigesprochen gehen.
Also.
Es dem Jack Sänger wie war gut nicht geschieht, die für dann verriert lernst. Franz geguckt, der se dem andere Sänger wie den an der Mët war GT3, den huet an de Jagger gezackt, a wenn de Jacques beréiert huet, flitte no längs an de BMW den op der andere Seite war an du an Leiitplanken an ze war komplett zu let. An dem Jacques Sänger wie an zu guck so verriet durchgefallen das war nicht für dem anderen so jedes geschafft hat.
War rund 91.
Ja, was willst du gucken? Rund 91 bist du für der Blanche immer. Das ist cool.
Ja, dem Jacksinger wie se du go neicht ne?
Genau. Also da guckst den anderen. Den anderen so Trottel zerfir Löser an der Mët ne ans dem bis no gucks wat Fedro gemerk huet.
Ja fir AMG aufgeraumt.
Ja net net um den doufkommen das Bande gefunieren was an den Ragängen an den Ragge zun.
Ja, dat geschalt.
Ja rich geschalt.
Oh! Wat schreiben ich dann du wärsch?
Ja, die Schreise am Team, an eurem Team, nicht am All-Teams, du wird den nicht gesehen.
Ah, okay.
If you're a driver with a respective team is, we mentioned the various processes you go through and testing different things. It depends on the organization. Some have one, some have 3 bases, some may have custom-made per driver or respective organization sets. Where you're trying to, at this track, in my opinion, you want to maybe go more in the lower downforce to make sure you're carrying so much speed down the straights, but also have enough downforce to where you don't have necessarily to the point where you have to crawl to the corner. You be able to find that mix, you're going to be in a good spot. And for a lot of these teams, they've found that mix. For some others, they're the ones you've seen lapped a couple times. Big mistake though in this battle with the LMP2s. They're a bit too much curving though in the battle for P6.
Yep, this is the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro machine getting a bit of snap overstay on the exit of the bus stop chicane. I mean, considering how planted, how clean these prototypes look like, it seems like, yeah, they're 4-wheel drive cars, right? They've always got grip, they'll never oversteer, they'll just give you what they want. Pinpoint accurate racing machines, but no, it's not that way. They are rear-wheel drive by nature, and just being a bit too eager on the throttle will eventually lead to them snapping hard and saying, hey you, driver, you're supposed to be the traction control, not the electronic bit, you are the traction control. So you've got to be very easy in the way how you throttle out. There's always this temptation to go hard and power out and funnel out all the power, but it just does not work that way with this machine. You've got to be very precise. There's always that urge, we've got to control it. And Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro will have to do just that. I've got to get ahead this Prism Sim Racing Beta machine. That's been, let's say, in front of them for quite a while. And so the Prism Sim Racing Beating team, Prism Sim Racing Beta team, I beg your pardon, will have seen quite a fair bit of this car in their mirrors for a long time. Or the screen, perhaps, depending on what they like to use.
Well, they technically do have that little monitor there that in some cars is your mirror, mind you. Because there's in some cars a back camera that pops out. But what in the world? We're a Motorsport Sim Racing Pro team. Whatever they have done to these tires, it's not looking pretty. They're not happy. It doesn't look like they're feeling comfortable with the downforce levels. They are losing tons and tons of time with those oversteers.
Yeah, they're snapping. The car literally is snapping on them, on the driver, Robert Kunkis, telling him to be more cautious. Watch out, Robert. Do something better. Don't snap so hard. Be a bit more cautious. But again, as a racing driver, it's just your instinct. You've got to power out early on. And in a fight like this one, that's when the adrenaline is flowing through your body. You can feel it through your nerves. You're bumping up. You know, quite often your fingers are shaking. I mean, if you're not driving, your legs are moving about much like a drilling machine. That's when you've got all the excitement. And in that excitement, it's so easy to make mistakes like this one.
Exactly. They've lost 2 seconds. Not just because of traffic, but because of those oversteer bits. They don't have that, they're probably keeping up. Now, they're going to need some luck to catch back up. There are several cars behind. They might get it, though, because that GT machine holding them up a touch, but it's going to need to be several cars, possibly, to be able to rally back for that position. There's still plenty of time, obviously. Club. That's the bright spot. You do those bits of oversteer or hit the curbing way too hard to the point where you're nearly spinning the car out with 3 hours to go, or even with 1 hour to go, I should say. That's where you have to be really, really concerned. This is where you can get away with a couple of those mistakes. Not all of them, but a couple of them.
Yep, keep avoiding, keep going straight, keep being on the right track. You've got to make sure that everything is easy, clear, perfect. Easier said than done, definitely. I'm sitting in my bedroom right here with my sim in front of me. I'm not driving. Again, it's easier to speak about not making mistakes rather than just to actually go and not do them yourself. But hey, is that the race leader lapping a car from his own class? That is the Phoenix Racing Esport Green Machine, Daniel Longrick, lapping up the race organizers, the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. That's a bit symbolic, if there was anything.
I'm not surprised, though. Just in that clip, there's only 6 cars on the lead lap, mind you, in the entire field right now. It's just been that lightning quick, brisk pace, and keep in mind, there's a chance they lap up, depending on who's in the car for Simza towards the end of this race, up to 2nd. Or even up to 3rd is when you're realistic with the flip. Speaking of, by the way, that Simza car, since they put Gustav's back in the car, Gustav's Grimberg's back in that machine, they've closed in 14 seconds on the board.
Wow. Not bad. Not bad at all. Progress being made by Simza. Meanwhile, this GT3 battle has come up between Team RaceGator.de and AMC Birkenfield. Of course, they were close enough. They were around 2 seconds away from each other last we saw them a few minutes ago. Now they're getting ever so closer. But yes, a question coming in on the YouTube chat by Tom Voss about the HM Engineering team. They were leading. Yes, they had a big gap. But just what happened to them, Justin?
Long story short, technical issue right out of the pit window for their 3rd driver for the race. Forced bus back into the machine. Now they're way far behind for the race lead. It's going to take the whole entire day at night potentially to close back up and in. You can say for a lot of these drivers it may take them 6, 8, 10 hours to set up these passes in some of these cases. By the way, all these cars on different various cycles at this point, spread throughout the field, not just from the strategy calls, but some of the attrition starting to bubble over for a couple of these competitors as this day has gone on, as the fatigue has settled in. as the frustration settled in, and for drivers, the several mistakes have settled in if you're in the case of the 40. Or bad luck in general when it comes to some of their car handling as hello and goodbye.
Yep.
And your race leader for the LMP2s is in, by the way, this lap.
He's indeed. Phoenix Motorsport Team Green in the pits. But what's happening to the 40 then? It's been a bit of a convoluted race for them so far. Motor Racing Esports going across to the Le Combe chicane. Yeah, it's been a bit of a bad day. Had a couple of incidents early on. Had a penalty as well, if my memory serves me right.
And also had that chassis issue as well, apparently, where they felt the chassis was potentially damaged, or thought it was with the way it was running. Remember, they were off the pace after the pit stop and didn't have any hoarded optional damage from what they could tell from when they stopped. So the luck's not been on their side. The next car is 21 seconds up the road. It's off cycle, yes, but that's still a lot of time you need to claw back if you're a team. Still, that is a realistic amount, but it's the matter of, do they have the pace to get back up there? Because some of the teams they were in front of were some who had been involved in several incidents themselves.
It's been dramatic. Let's call it that way. It's been dramatic for many of the people involved, many drivers, many teams. Of course, the Motor Racing Esports team bearing the brunt of it in person by having all the drama themselves. Meanwhile, here are a couple of cars who have done a good job putting up a spectacle. The RaceGator.de and the AMC Birkenfeld EV Pre Alpha. Yes, it's a long name, I know, but yeah, it's what it is. Oh! Speaking of what is what it is, the Porsche outbreaks himself, locks up at the bus stop chicane, and that's a GTE Porsche losing a whole heap of time. And it's just that corner again, Justin, just that bus stop chicane always catches people out.
Whether it's the grass, whether it's the braking mark, or whether it's just trying to navigate traffic that throws you out of your rhythm, there's so many ways you can mess this section up. And in this case, they just had the pass and then just outbrake themselves completely. Like they were let go and they still managed to mess it up. How do you manage that?
Things happen in a more euphemistic way. I mean, there's obviously the word that will make it sound a lot more dramatic, but I'm not going to use that. But nevertheless, things happen while you're racing. And just a lapse of concentration. Perhaps. Yeah.
Just they're starting to pile up the mistakes we was talked about.
Så die op Platz 13 und ihre zwei richtigen kreative Nummern, ne?
Ja.
Sei ich fit für Racing.
Wo fährt hin?
Keine Ahnung.
Wie gesagt, dat no moment aus, weil dat nur stöch man oder net?
Unschlüssig.
Eigentlich nicht.
Was sagst du, Tom?
Sind eigentlich unschlüssig.
Ja, ich weiß doch nicht.
Eigentlich noch gut nicht getan, ne?
Nee.
Ma, eben, das ist der.
Auf den 13. hat noch gut nicht getan. Für du waren 5 Minuten 36, sind 5 Minuten sind auf 40. Ich bin 12 Sekunden gut gemacht an 3 Stints, 4 Stints.
Ja. Aber, keine Ahnung, komm, wir gucken einfach noch und gehen da oder so.
Komm mir vor, so lange wie ich Lust dann.
Ja, voilà.
Also ich habe nicht im Tauchen, und dann schläfe ich mit meiner Frau mal.
The cars with penalties are still in the back end of the top 10 in some of the classes today.
Yeah. If anything, it just weighs you down. And going so aggressive, yes, that's the sprint racing nature. But what's not... Oh my goodness me, I have to stop for a second. That was a huge cloud of smoke. And thankfully the car is alright, there's nobody crashing out there, but seriously, these cars are running out of grip, they're locking up quite badly, and they could eventually have flat spots the size of craters on the surface of the moon eventually, who knows?
By the way, that is Norbert Winholtz who is causing the lockup there, that 137 we were talking about earlier, so just gonna happen when you're trying to brake while steering. But still, the car you see on screen, they're able to get through the smoke pretty cleanly, and I believe someone's standing by for them.
Yep, we've got an interview lined up for you. It should be a rather fun one. We've got Mauro Seinig, the driver of the number 211 right here with us, the AMC Birkenfield EV Pre-Alpha team. And Marco, how's it going for you so far? You currently find yourself in P number 7. How would you sum the race up to this point?
Yeah, we started from P9 and then we drive to P6 and then we get a penalty because we have crossed the white line outside of the pit. And yeah, and then we fight against to P6 and now we're P7 how you say, and yeah.
Bit of a tough one, isn't it, just to get a penalty for something like that, but still, there's a lot of time left. Is there a lot of fighting spirit in the team? Do you still feel confident about a good top 5 result coming up your way?
Yes, for sure, because we at some times we were P3 and then when you were one time on that position you have to fight one more and more. How it goes I cannot say because we have so much time yet until the end of the race. What will happen we can say, but we have we want to fight and then we will see how it goes on.
And Marco, we thought early on that penalty points, incident points in terms of cutting the track will be a major factor. How are you looking in terms of that? Is everything going good for your team?
Yeah, now we have exactly 46 incidents, and sometimes it is because you have to drive outside of the track limits because the faster car came, and
yeah.
But I think we will do very well, and so we'll reach the incident limit.
And finally, Marco, just before we let you go, is there anyone who'd like to thank, any sponsors, team members as such?
Yeah, of course. First I want to thank my teammates, for especially Bernd and Simon and Alex, who drive with me on the car. And I had a lot of training with these guys, and they told me how to drive this track and how the car will react, because this is my first 24-hour race.
Wow.
And yeah.
There should be a lot of fun. All the very best, Marco. It's going fine. Hopefully it goes even better towards the end.
Thank you very much, and have fun also with the broadcast.
Thank you so much, Marco. Thank you. That, folks, was Marco Seidel, the number 211 driver for the AMC Birkenfield EV Pre-Alpha team. Be interesting to see where they pan out towards the end.
Yeah, they've been having a pretty consistent, solid race. They haven't had too much trouble, and well, there's some trouble
for them. Crikey.
Welcome to iRacing. As soon as someone has their car put up and you're talking about them, they go off the track.
Crikey, I guess we shouldn't have interviews then from next time out, because the way it's going so far, it's destructive.
They're missing some lines here. What is going? Something's up here all of a sudden. They might be having an issue here, whoever's behind the wheel all of a sudden.
That would be Burnt Lily behind the wheel of that car. And Burnt Lily has been in this car for, let's say, a fair bit of time. He's been driving around for quite a while, but that is an unusual set of mistakes from him.
Yeah, that was a bad sector too. I think they're back underneath their sea legs, but this max speed 157 miles an hour down the straight. I think they're going to be okay. They might get reeled in eventually, though. That is comparable, about the same speed as the car behind. So whatever happened in that sector, I think they finally, at the very least, calmed down. Let's make it more anxious again, because welcome is the LMP to blinking lights.
Yeah, in a GT3 car, it's quite significant when you see a car flashing their lights from behind. You can freeze in your tracks because, oh my god, there's an LMP2, I've got to move out of the way. And knowing these prototype drivers, There's this classic strategy in prototype racing that always goes, blame it on the slower driver. Very simple. If there's an accident, if there's an incident, which I hope desperately does not happen for any of these teams or drivers, just blame it on the slower driver. But no, there's this certain impatience with these LMP2 prototype drivers, and it can be expected. They're traveling at a much faster pace. It's a bit like having a pet with you, because your dog is living in quicker cycles. They're having a faster life. You're going much slower naturally. So the excitement, the eagerness, the anticipation, it's all different. And that's why sometimes you can see these clashes in traffic. But for the Phoenix Racing Esports Green Team, it's all very clean. They've been navigating traffic just like a precise surgeon, doing their job extremely well with such precision. It's been amazing. Nevertheless, the Simsa Esports LMP2 team have been closing in, and they've closed in 2 seconds since the last time we spoke about them. Keep going then.
Yeah, it's kind of equalized out, I think, with the tire stints here.
Yeah.
I think that is analogous where the setup starts coming in for Simsa Esports, because yes, they have competed in top split of action in the past, and some major series have been very competitive, usually a top 5 or top 10 competitor in some cases. But it just seems like Gustav's been able to push that car up 5, 6, 7 tiers almost. And when you see their main organized drivers come back into the car, it's almost like it comes back down to earth. That's not insulting the talent of the drivers. They're good drivers. There's a lot of talent on that organization, but when you put in a pro driver that's outpacing your main drivers by 2 seconds a lap, it says something.
Yeah. There's a gulf. There's a gulf between the drivers in the same team as well, and it's significant, right? It's just like someone has to carry the team through them, and you're literally scampering about when the second driver is in that stint then, because you're worried that, oh, how much time are we going to lose? So instead of your bronze driver, per se, there's no category as such, don't get confused in this particular race, but let's say what you would classify as your bronze driver, if they do end up losing too much time, then it becomes more of a liability in terms of your approach as well. So there's more pressure on the goal driver, so they're much more likely to make mistakes, because drivers, they like to be relaxed. They don't want to be thinking about a lot. Some do, yes, but you don't want to have that burden on your shoulders. Obviously, you can lift more, you can dance more freely, but you've not got anything weighing you down. So that's the same thing in this perspective. So that sort of a gap, I don't know, it just does not bode well in the long run. It can make it work sometimes, yes. It's not the most sustainable of things, though.
Kind of agree on that point. 9/10, by the way, gained that lap previous time by, but have to consider, for some pro drivers, they do it for fun.
Yeah.
It's a way to escape and just be able to race in your free time and have fun with a group of drivers and be able to help them out and be able to help them learn. One of the best examples I can think of with some of the real-world drivers.
Ja.
Dat neem je normaal als mee. Keine Freude sind, dass Lenkung nach rechts steht.
Zwar.
Und das nimmen, also Ausrufezeichen, nimmen 5 km/h Fehler, weil normalerweise
Ja,
ist
aber
das 10 bis 15 sind.
du spielst dir enorm die 5, ne? Weil du verpasst ja überall zu lösen.
Ja.
Auch viele
5
High
Sekunden
Alpha.
überhältst du den nächsten GT.
Okay. Also ha viele 7 km/h.
Sie hätten sollten een Fast Repair machen.
Dat? Also, das hat
Sie hätte sollte wenigstens een Fast Repair machen.
schon net ich fand bis wie am richchten Motorsport gëtt dat net.
Ja mit den ënnerscheet ass am richchte Motorsport wannst du hei fir Schuer du da schnësses gell. Dat brauch 5 Minuten oder 10. A Wirklichkeet klipsen dat Dinge ruf man eng neu drum an dat 30 Sekunde wäch.
Ja, ich mein, wat Jack so am richchten Futti aus Futti.
Ja,
Du
ja.
am Box vor du musst aber wirsel lussen. Du redet ke knappschen das alles Ri das. Ja, fast oder net das verschiedenen Zahlwicht.
Ja, doch. Da kenst besser als de Face man die im gang zu fighten.
100 noch okay.
Ja ge
Ja, dann-
vum Gas an.
Ja, ich gi nøwen op der bei Kamelruf
Wolf Motorsport ass dem Fi.
oh, nee. Ja du kommst du net
Ach,
Da.
wollte ich so halt anschlossen geht natürlich schon net.
Ja se sind niewen den englisch lo. Oder? Wo sind die Map gestocht? Vu 6 op 6. Wie lang hast du noch? Hast noch 5,5 Runden.
Mhm. Natürlich.
Gut, Kor wär das global an dich go.
Ja, das war se net kann los mein dann. Das war immer so ein GTE und die mache genau nicht für zu unterstützen.
Ja,
Die
voilà,
sind-
GT an GT3 sehr lupfen net fir enker auf eng Milli.
Sie sind schaffen op der Piste der Finale sondern Janer können gucken nach 10 gehen.
Schattet jo och fir rund no an der double Gosto engkeier. Za einfach fir mich riwer zu an du bist jetzt bliwe wie?
Schon der Ton aber immer an egal welche Kurse ich vor.
Ja si sech engkeier ILMS gefu, du sind ze op Zeit gefu. Bis mé Silverstone war der Mensch fir engem Mon oder so keine Ahnung. Hey, mir sind auf Platz 23 am gesund. Wir waren 37 für ne?
Ja, geht nach op.
War man wenigstens mal bis den Owen drum wieder MP2 kommen.
Ja.
Was 4 Runden an dem meisten GT. Und 3 Runden an dem nächsten. Wisst du, was die für Zeit fuhren am GT?
2012, 2013, 2014 oder immer.
Ah, okay, dann haben wir denen so die 7 Sekunden pro Runde wahrscheinlich. Ja. 1 zu mehr, 1 zu mehr.
Ja. Boah, ich merke nicht, das ist ziemlich schwer, hier eine Zeit zu finden. Du bist permanent im Gang, nicht den 7 Runden.
Ja, aber auch das für die Trainer selber, du?
Ah, ja, absolut. 100%.
Ich gucke mal, ob nicht Neues genannt hier. Rennleitung, denken du?
Nein, das.
Herr Kerr feiert sich, du gut dangerous driving, und dann haben sie gesagt, ja, die kriegen keinen Stroh, weil sie noch nicht, weil das hier echt denken muss.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting. Big drama everywhere here. In the GTE category as well, the Valkyrie Racing team in the pit leaving right now. And the number 8 machine, this GT3 car, the AMC Birkenfield Lily in the pits too. So this back has been subsided for a bit. And this impending attack has been postponed, let's call it that way, for the AMC Birkenfield team. Oh, goodness me. Sheesh. That was close. They almost hit the barrier there.
No one's quite hit it. That's the bright side. I've seen a couple people actually scrape some front end plates, some front bumpers, some fenders right up against it. And guess who's losing time after that? Car who hits the wall. That car, for the most part, though, I've been interested in what's been going on with it in Sector 2 because in the past 4 or 5 laps, it just seems to struggle from Pujon all the way up to campus.
Perhaps it's just a downforce, lack of downforce, maybe running a low downforce setup. And yes, a brilliant observation from Hugo, our director, working his magic on the cameras as always right here. Bit of a thankless job, this one. And our very own Paul Smith from Racesport TV, his team flipped their TCR in that little pit corner. Yes, that actually happened. It's something rather amazing. In fact, in one of the GT3 races that we had, I think the iRacing 24 hours, not the iRacing, I think it was the virtual 24-hour series part 12 hours that we had right here. One team just had their GT3 car stuck, and I literally mean stuck right there for 10 minutes because they just couldn't reverse back. You know, it's like that classic meme that you see with I don't know what kind of car that is, but a small wagon stuck between walls. They just can't reverse, they can't go ahead, down, up, something. They're literally right there until they have to reset the car and whatnot. But nevertheless, the 41, the pull-out racing team, now in the pits.
But why wouldn't you tow after 10 minutes?
I don't know, they were just there. They were stuck there for a while. And it was Peter and myself on the commentary, and we just did a funny little thing. We were just checking, are they still stuck there? Maybe, maybe not. No? Yep, they were. And the race was essentially lost.
I mean, on the right side, there was another car who had to pit, was there?
No, thankfully not. They were out of cycle.
Yeah, I was gonna say. That happens to you in front of that, good luck. By the way, I think we have to go to that LMP2 second place car because he is now within range. 3.2 seconds in gaining a 10th a corner on your overall race leader right now.
Beast mode has been engaged. 3 seconds. Where has that gap gone? Into thin air, that's the answer. He has just been eating up time. Quite like nobody else is right now. Daniel Longrick, if he has a spotter sitting behind any team member, though he might just have his hands shaking. But that's when the character of a driver is defined. Does he crack under this pressure? Or does he just survive? Does he keep his control and make his way out of this bit of a rut that they are facing right now? Or does he sink in to the gap and the pressure that's coming from behind?
I would have to say I don't think he's panicking, because if you panic, you are not going to have a good time.
Sure.
The thing is, there is one more LMP2 that's separating them. That's the one thing, pardon me, that's going to separate them for the next little bit. Keep in mind, this is a driver that's currently in the race lead that has a lot of experience in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series and the BMW 120 Cup, as well as the ADAC. There's a lot of confidence, you'd have to say, in Daniel's camp on his abilities.
You know, I think at this stage of the race, confidence is something that you just need. You know, because when everything is just so neat, there's not much happening on the circuit. That's when you just put your visor down. Or, yeah, if you're not at home, you won't put your visor down, but at least just clutch your steering wheel a bit harder. Get prepared. These are the tankless hours, essentially, of the race, where nobody takes as much notice. That's when you just have to go in. You're not fighting with anyone, the track per se, directly, but you're just fighting against time. You're fighting against the clock, and you're fighting against someone who you can't see. It's hard to focus on a target that you can't see, but that's what he's doing right now, and he's doing it well.
Oh, look at this, though, on board. All that traffic just lost a second and a half for the race leader. This is perfect. And he's timing up these moves right to the T to be able to get through this.
There's only been one lead change in this race so far. Are we heading for another one? Maybe soon after the pit lane. Look at this. The gap is gone.
What a pit entry. And the main thing that hurt Phoenix Racing too is there was another car that entered with them. A Corvette held up everybody else here, and they're still getting held up. They're getting checked up here. What are they doing? What is the Corvette doing here? That's the 179 holding them all up. And now we have an Uli Street in the pits.
Oh my goodness me. Talk about things you would never thought you see. Drama everywhere. And now, Simsa are your leaders in the pits, and that's not even when they've boxed. That's when they're all going in. That reminds me of Sebastian Vettel and pit entry at China. Oh man, what's just exactly that?
Did the stage 1 racing car run out of gas? Like, they're still crawling down the pit lanes. What in the world?
I mean, I expected drama, but not this.
I am just speechless. Yeah, get the driver out of there. What in the world was that?
Sometimes images speak more than words. And in this case, the image quite clearly is Simza have come back from the dust, come back from the ashes. They've dusted off everything, and they are your new leaders. Crazy. I don't even know what to say. It's not going to be a defining moment, but still time left, but nevertheless.
On top of that, there's divergences and strategies from all that carnage. Kevin Volk's now in the car for Phoenix Racing, meaning they have to take tires. Now Gustavs gets a 26-second running start. However, you have to think there's going to be the vice versa. Can confirm that same driver ran out of gas in the pit lane. What a time for Stage 1 Racing to run out of gas in front of your LMP2 leaders after closing up a 34-second gap to give Simza the race lead.
You can't believe things like this, can you? Take a look at this replay on the right-hand side. And they wonder, this is where they realize, hey, this guy is going slow. So he pulls out the Simza car, and it may look like the least dramatic overtake in the world, but they've got it done. The number 6 has actually got it done. Yes, blink for a couple of times, believe it, pinch yourself, it has happened. And the 66, from the way he's driving, it certainly seems like there is an air of frustration. And I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him either. Like, first off, they had to back up the pit entry because of the car in front. Then the car in front runs out of gas right about here. And they start blinking the lights saying, what's going on here? Why are you going slow? And then they ram them because I don't think they understood this. The Simza car can understand what's going on and boxes them in, so to speak, after seeing what's going on. And finally, everyone gets the message, something's wrong with this car. By that point, it's too late. And now they changed up the strategy, and now this is going to take a lot to sort through on how this could play out because of all this.
And interestingly enough, there was a GT3 car in the background as well. And he got stuck behind the Corvette too, so he must have lost time in this category as well. Just everything just... Oh my goodness me. And, you know, just to put things into perspective, when you're racing at top speed, whenever someone gains some time, let's say a tenth or a couple of tenths of a second, we're like, wow, that's a good lap, you've gained some time. In the pit lane, they're losing seconds freely, that easily. And there's nothing they can do about it. And you can't even get it on the track because getting it.
Das ist schon schwer dran gefehlt. Mir auch, also. Die lösen Auto, wie GT1, GT3 und GT4, das den gehen schon vor, du kennst schon viel dafür.
GT3 ist flott, hängt sich doch wie ein Pist Monza zum Beispiel oder Le Mans, schrott man einem GT3, weil ich lebe so auf der Richte. Mais Laguna Seca oder so, das war flott mit dem GT3.
Okay. Ich will nicht so viel Auto wissen, ich will gerne mit dem Heuer.
Ja, ich weiß am Anfang just zwischen dem heute und dem Audi RR.
Okay. Dann ist die Volvo im Führer.
Ja. Hast du mal ein jetzt gefunden?
Ja, nein, hab ich schon nur gesagt. Ich bin bezockt.
Haben sie sich nach Orange überlöscht, ne?
Das war so ein kleiner Zack. Weil ich schon auf der Bremse.
So, wo sind wir da? Okay. Ja, in 8 Sekunden ist der nächste GT.
Okay.
Wenn ich updaten, sind wir endlich Spa.
Ja, keine Ahnung.
Obwohl, wenn sie die Logänge machen, wäre auch dumm, weil da kommt ja die neue Tribüne.
Ja.
Das ist like ein Offline-Update, das ist ja wichtig.
Das Einzige, was sie könnten machen, ist, sie könnten Curbs mal endlich gel machen, um Platz weiß. Da wäre schon gut.
Für was? Sind sie wirklich doch gel?
Ja, ja, die sind gel-rot am Platz weiß.
Ah, okay.
Ich meine, das ist 2011-Version oder so. Silverstone hun so recht lächt Joer die Update-Version wascht. So, Sammy, kann net sinn, dats du zum andererch Ka enke eng deck schnell rumgefu muss.
Ja.
Ich hat enke op der Lëcht gesinn.
Rechtzeit das Spring. Ja.
Aber ich gucken enke an der App.
Mit den 93
mat dem. Ich hat am 270 geguckt.
Nee, die 293 die Zeit. Ja, du auch kein Druck.
Also, weil die Zeit genau 270 Show gewesen war.
Ja, das ist falsch. Wir sind aber ja nicht mit der 270.
Aber willst du dann den Bestzeit am 270?
Nee. Das ist auch immer ein bisschen so Temperatur aufhängig.
Ja, das stimmt.
Ja, das. Und oft bei mir Wand spiele ich halt aber nicht für mich schnell zu gehen.
Ah, ja.
Ja, geht tipptopp zum Monat.
Me lohnt dir mat Pi oder weil meschens von den Dugebt sind da do mat denen 160er gell?
Ja, das sind kann
5 km und Breden.
Ja, mir das ist, weil kann man nicht der das selbst Problem die soll die Liste.
Me sie kenten du sind da dabei die fuhren an Drosseln se de Motor noch so mega löst. Weißt du?
Das machen sie von der Burg sei es von der absolute Pist geschit.
Ja, mit sind doch pu die noch net oft gefu sind du meinst net einfach so fir dat ze rundm kommen. Komisch.
Ich meine so 5 feiertsche Zeit mat 27 was gut das rich gut das
ich meine Menge Bestzeit 46 oder so.
Ja, das ist richtig gut. Das ist richtig gut.
Den 307 den also wie immer wieviel noch was 390
bei den Hunsen
also hun sie den
gefusinn an de Problem was wo ich die Bestzeit gefusinn hat die mir 390 fir Natalie getast weil Leute wollten das Fu an ja de Problem was sie waren Disoriter schnell an de Käre waren sie löst weil sie zu schwer waren an ich war ein du mat Nikolai nicht 27 gefu an den sind ich mal 27 schon 390 gefu war Natalie net ganz froh so, ja mir so kein gut Reklam für me ne.
Dat sind so geschah.
Ja.
Das ja alles lo kommerziell opkauf gin. Wisst du ob schon besennert oder durch oder?
Keine Ahnung. Ja, Stress halt kommen sie auf der Topspeed richtig rumgeflogen, die anderen.
Ja, die anderen do 5 km mehr.
Ja, und dann waren es jetzt singen, ne?
Ja, aber normalerweise müssen das doch mit Optional Repairs wegkriegen, mit mir auch kein.
Ja, kein mehr.
Das ist komisch. Hey, das ist die 94.
Gelebt?
Das ist die 94.
Ja, das ist 94. Ich bin ja Atlantisch gelöst.
Ma ja, nee, dat ass den de 400 ass der feiert sengten. Dat hicht nur dats no en Kamé war rund oder wéi?
Keine Ahnung, ja.
Oder du hast en Karécke rund.
Schulplo Fan, ich muss lernen schlossen. Ne?
Ja ja, natürlich. Ass jo enge Runde fir run.
Ich soll just noch enke den Auto net zergripp mir das net schnell.
Ja, mir guck van der nechte pu so krass crashen, dat ze lange Repairen oder
Ja, da sind wir dabei.
oder dat gonne mi vorre wollen. Halt eng Platz gefunden. Du hast nur 2 Runden op de 400 op de GT.
Noch einmal 2 Runden.
Ja, mir an der sind dann 5 Autos an der Runde. Kräen die noch ob du mar dauer hummer se.
Zerfliege richtig fort. Die Beschleunigung ist das nicht so. Denn ich fand das Auto beschleunigt nicht gut.
Obwohl, ne, da kennst du der Traktionskontrolle mehr. Wie viel steht sie?
Ja, schon auf 7.
Ja, ja. Nein, das ist aber okay. Ich weiß noch zu Monza, ich hatte so höher gestellt, dass ich als der erste Schikan. Es sind doch nie gut rausgekommen.
Okay.
Sie sind immer 4 Mal fortgezogen.
Weil sie zu hoch war?
Ja.
Okay.
Das ist genauso. Vielleicht weißt du, dass am GT3 der Mercedes.
Drivers today have only lost up to 90 seconds in some cases with those type of outages.
Not bad. Let's call it that way. Could be worse. That's the one thing that comes to mind. Could be far, far worse in a case like that one. Nevertheless, I didn't quite notice, but we're right here in the 6th hour of the race. It's been going off very quickly the way all the drama has progressed so far in this race, and yeah, why not? I think it's a very good time to go for a Race Spot TV fan immersion. Just feel what it's all about. Go on board with the Austrian Sim Racers ROT team and just listen to the beautiful sound of that Porsche Flat 6 engine. Time for a Race Spot TV fan immersion. We shall be back real soon. Back again here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's the HNR 24 Hours Spa-Francorchamps, organised by Mühlner Motorsport. Myself, Samuel Aurora here, along with Justin Prince, and we had a brilliant couple of laps with the Austrian sim racing team in the beautiful Porsche 911 RSR racing Real World 2. But that team finds themselves in E number 5 in class, that's the GTE. But nevertheless, while all that drama was going on, while we saw the Porsche do some amazing laps of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, the Simsa Esports team, Justin, have just been ploughing away at the very top. In fact, not only did they have a gap of around 28 seconds when they began the stint, they still have maintained that gap, but in terms of their lap times, they are not too far off. So even though Phoenix Racing have taken fresher tyres, Stims are only 3 odd seconds behind per lap. That, I have to say, is still an incredible performance by Gustas, who just seems to be knocking home runs lap after lap here today.
If anything, he's grown the gap since the pit stops by at least 3 seconds rather, so far. It's just been incredible whenever he's been behind the wheel. But again, I don't know if this is sustainable because they'll have to likely take tires the next stop, right?
Yeah.
So in turn, that time's going to balance back out to where it's going to be tight again. And if he jumps out of the car, that's going to be the telling sign of if they can make it work into segment 2 for tonight's action. It's still another 8 laps out, though, until they have to come down and pit.
Yep, the cycle is still to go, of course. Lots of time for the LMP2s. Or to charge a fuel tanks then. So these cars do chew up the corners very quickly, but then they have to come back in the pits rather soon. So unlike the GTEs or the GT3s that we also have racing right here, they do not go by the hour. So that did sound a bit absurd for a second, but no, it's pretty decent for the LMP2s, pretty fast as we get a beautiful curb view shot of all the cars coming past. There's the 23, Phoenix Racing Esports green one. Then the Audi, the 4th and GT3 class, and the BMW, all the cars spread out. In fact, one car that I saw right there that was quite intriguing was the HM Engineering machine, the red and white Corvette. Rasmus Bosk is behind the wheel of that car as the BMW, oh dearie me, slides on the gravel. Welcome to iRacing Rallycross at Spa right here, folks. But nevertheless, that small incident aside, which rather clearly for them, HM Engineering have had a bit of a topsy-turvy race so far. They were dominant, they were...
Ja, den dritten zuvor, muss ich sagen.
Von mir aus ganz vor.
Okay. Ich meine, da machen wir ja doch.
Okay, dann meinst du das Pneu aus?
Ja.
So, der Ring fixiert den Auto sich nach einer Runde führen ist.
Okay. Ist nicht. Link, scheiße.
Oh, is ist noch 8 Runden op de 400. Net ze kleven, mir hun eng run opkohlen. War de Motivationsschub, hè?
Ja. Ja, aber in den 24 Stunden kann einfach viel geschehen und für die
naja, du denkst mal eben so.
Ja, du kannst schon mal du musst endlich Zeit für ne? Viele Viertelsonderung das ja.
Weißt du, komm ich schnell mit nächstes.
Ich denke so 2035 bis 2004, das ist die Zeit, die wäre richtig gut.
Zweiten als ein 2-7 gefahren.
Ja, haben die jetzt schon rum und für drin. Ist durch die Verrundung.
Ja. Die haben den dritten und vierten und fünften. Die sind 3-5 gefahren.
Okay. Ja, war ja das versprengen. Das ist Zeit, die müssen tun. Schweigen wäre noch nicht schnell, wenn ein Auto ganz wäre.
Ja. Egal, ich meine nicht, dass alle gut nur 12 Uhr ein ganzes Auto.
Schon nicht.
Sie haben just noch 16 Stunden.
Eben. Das ist so lang.
Schon bald 6 Stunden noch weh. Wie viele Runden sind wir gefahren? 150?
Die ist ja noch 160 oder 100, nee, 162. Die echt.
Nein, wir sind 147 gefahren, wir sind wertlos mal 160 sind.
Was muss stehen? Oh la la.
Tippe steht eh.
Ander kann ja gebremst, ne?
Lo war dem mat der Kar wetter noch bei an
Ja,
Dra.
ja. Ja, du geht immer so Adrenalin.
Ei dat Fiieren als der erste GT de Fiieren ass von Cellual man se Strom wie.
Okay. Schwng ich komme ernst. Ja. Ich komme ernst.
Du Fischel oder noch den nächsten?
Ja,
Ne?
ja. Ja, ja.
Okay.
Für ist ja gemacht, ne?
Normalerweise schon. Ja. Ass den Fenster an dreckig.
Abschnitt, ne.
Weil Meng war am meisten Dingen übel dreckig mit und das ist normal, du fährst die ganze Zeit 100 die Mann.
Ja, ja, das ist okay. Du musst mir mal nicht putzen, eigentlich.
Ja, mir hält kannst ja keine Zeit.
Aber keine Zeit, das ist gut.
Nee, das ist Wirklichkeit sein sie, ich meine, just ist die Folie da oben, dann ist gut.
Auf der Fenster?
Ja.
Seriös? Wusste nicht.
Schon ein Gehirn am Dach, also sie haben Folien drauf, mir am Dach machen sie so auf und dann nicht sehen sie.
Okay.
Das ist komisch, wir sehen aber auf der Fenster.
Advantage for one person, it just depends on different sticks. Right now, I mean, in a couple of hours' time, the American drivers will be in the peak comfort zone, the peak territory, afternoon, evening. It's all fine. That's where the European drivers will be fatigued, tired. The sleep schedules have to be adjusted accordingly. And you may be thinking, but hey, Justin and Solomon, it's just a video game. They don't have to. No, they do have to. It is serious. The prize money on offer, the pride on offer, the kind of effort that these guys have put in, well, matters towards the end, and these guys will be putting in immense amount of hours of preparation. In fact, some professional racing drivers, some professional sim racing drivers put in an excess of 20 hours per race. And Brian Lockwood from Racecraft Esports team that's not competing here, but they're doing the Bosch Esports Super Cup. Brian Lockwood once spent 60 plus hours preparing for the first one of the Bosch Esports Super Cup. That's serious commitment. The cars may be virtual, but the racing isn't.
And that's where, when I first started in the sim, to be quite honest, there were people saying to be good you need to put in 1,000 laps a week. And the first thought is, how do you find the time for that? To be able to even run a race, let alone be able to practice those laps consistently. Then you join competitive organizations, and then you gain the experience and realize you need more than 1,000 laps to be able to do that. What I mean by that is, some of the drivers on the oval side too, I've seen in perspective, Samil, drivers go up to 3,000 laps in the span of 2 weeks. And we're talking for tracks such as Talladega, even not Talladega, rather more like, say, Michigan, or like a 1.5 mile circuit, because that's how important it is to find every tenth you can get in these cars. You can say the same for road courses. There are several endurance teams who practice for hours upon hours per week for this type of race. Remember, some of these rosters have been locked in since September in preparation for this event.
Yeah.
So they've had a lot of time to work on this, to say the very least. And you mentioned the prize pool. Don't forget, the winner in each class, mind you, 150 euros. Second, 110 euros. P3, 70 euros. That is a lot of money to be able to come away with. It's one of the bigger prize pools of 2020, mind you, let alone for a road course event such as this.
And of course, this one being a standalone event, it's not a part of a major season, so the importance just grows off size, because this is the only one, this is the one big event that you want to prove yourself in. And all these teams, growing organizations with high ratings of around 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 in all these drivers, so they want to make a mark. This is the time where they come up and just try to prove themselves to the bigger scheme, to the bigger audience on the grand scheme of things. And look at this battle going on right now between a Ferrari and a Corvette. No, you might be thinking, yeah, that's two Corvettes, Tom. Are you blind? But no, that's not for position. There is another Ferrari up ahead. That's the online sim racing
Look at that.
DE.
That's for the lead. That's for the class lead.
Ah.
Where did HM Engineering come from? They were 7 seconds back 10 minutes ago.
Ah. That's a good spot. That's a very good spot. The Bentley Gods team had no inkling about this. HM Engineering are now within half a second of the Bentley Gods. This should be fun.
My goodness, they really took advantage of some of the traffic placement, and this is right so perfect. Look at this send! They nearly send it in the back end of an LMP2. Rasmus Busted just trying to take this lead back. He's pushing hard.
Rasmus, my man, just go a little bit calm at this stage. Saw his emotions getting a bit high 30, 40 odd minutes ago when he was fighting with a couple of LMP2s. This is where you have to have nerves of steel. You have to calm yourself down. He's fired up. For sure he is fired up. And he doesn't give a tinker's toot about anyone or what anyone has to say in this case. He sees a moving target. He wants to knock it down by moving ahead of the Bentley Gods team. It's a case of redemption in this case. HM Engineering falling back to no fault of own directly. It'll be a fairy tale of sorts if they can just get it done. And we expected, Justin, we said, oh, it might be in the last 4 hours of the race, oh, it might be 10 odd hours later on. And we both were wrong. Here he is, Rasmus Busk, taking advantage of the situation. Almost there. Almost there. This should be fantastic. Corvette versus Corvette. Bentley Gods versus HM Engineering. Cue the drama. Cue the excitement. This is peak endurance racing.
It's just going to be how he takes this move. He's been 1.2 seconds quicker over the past 5 laps on average. There it is. Use the traffic as a pick. What a send. What a cross.
Easy as you like from Rasmus Busk. It was a long time coming, and at last he got his foot stuck in there, and that Corvette is back in the lead. Very early on, I must say, we expected this to go for a long way past. Rasmus Busk was livid, but that is something that can channel drivers to do much better. Redemption, anger as an LMP2 car. That's not any LMP2 car, mind you. That's the Simsa Esports LMP2 car, the leader, going wide at Eau Rouge.
Yes, indeed, they just came in for their scheduled stops as well. So right as we head towards the end of this portion, mind you, everything's getting tense again. With HM Engineering, now they can try and run off and away, but that LMP2 you just seen pop out now has Timo Toika. Yes, the fan favorite jumping into the wheel, behind the wheel for Simsa Esports, drives stock cars on the iRacing service as well as on road courses. He's going to be the one this team has to depend on now. And this is another one of the drivers who runs a lot of stock car races on the service and runs a lot of American-based splits and times. The matter is, can he keep the time? And, oh, by the way, the Ferrari is loud, so take the Ferrari pit strategy out of the equation.
That should be interesting. So what does the Corvette have in store here? He's gaining time on the Ferrari. Shouldn't be a major problem for them, so just to dispose past on the Ferrari. And yeah, that could be happening sometime soon as the clock ticks over. We could be seeing both of these categories coming in the pit lane around 10-15 odd minute times. In fact, if you're just joining us right here, RaceSport TV/endurance for live timing. And as I say that, the Ring Visit Sim Racing GTE team has been able to make their way past the Ferrari. Oh no, the number 66. What's going on there? That is the Phoenix Racing Esports team, literally on the edge, literally on their toes in this case. They wanted to get past both the cars without losing time to Simsa, but goodness me, there was no space. So the Corvette moves past the Ferrari right here, all nice and beautiful, Justin, but what just happens to the Phoenix car? There was just a sense of panic there for a couple of seconds.
I think it was more so there, yeah. They have a good cushion, the car in front. It's just, again, the Phoenix Racing Esport team needed to gain time in quick. And that's the big key. Because this is now their shot to take the lead back. With them now on the older tires, yes, in the double stint. But now they can try and reel in Timo Toika on the back and forth.
Oh. Timo Toika is behind the wheel of that Simsa Esports.
Yes, that's what I just mentioned, yes.
Yeah. I barely noticed that. Timo Toika, if you're just watching it, if you're new to the iRacing endurance scheme, folks, Timo Toika is a fan favorite. He's got a whole legion of fans following him around everywhere. And he's quick.
I mean, everyone likes Fat Timo, right? That's his nickname. So.
That's his nickname. Not in a derogatory way, but maybe they should change it to a fat, fast Timo, like an alliteration of sorts. A freaky fast Timo or something.
I think he'd prefer the latter of the two, but in all seriousness, as mentioned, also can run good in stock cars. He used to run with Nexus Esport on that side before he moved over to the Simsa side for full logos and decals like the road sign in the middle of the summertime. He's one of the team's stalwarts. But the thing is, he's already lost about a second since the pit stops over the past 2 laps. Part of it, well, most of it, has been traffic. Why do you think Kevin Volk has been pushing so hard?
Well, the pressure is on in this case. Everyone has to push. It may seem like lowly ass, dull ass in this part of the race, but it is in fact